Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GANs plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural, balanced, energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural, original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists, and healthcare centers. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
And hello, friends, neighbors. We welcome you back to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for April 23rd, 2023. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Gorick, as well as many knowledge seekers from different parts of the world as we continue to open this knowledge up. And as Mr. Keshe said at one point, it would take all of us on this planet, and perhaps even some from the universal community, to totally open up the knowledge that he's sharing with us, at least in the dimension of physicality, or how the physicality or the plasma works in the dimension of physicality. Again, another exciting workshop, more about the understanding of the soul, which I don't think we have the complete understanding. The soul has purposely hid itself from and its operation from us in so many ways, but someday man will learn more. We're going to play a few clips about this today. We've all heard the foundation is moving to another location to provide more accessibility to people, and this should have a much larger impact. Apparently Linz was sort of out of the way. We'll hear Mr. Keshe explain this, but yeah, as he said, the physicality is just a puppet in the hand of the soul. I remember him using a similar example when he said that he was negotiating with Bill Gates, and how Mr. Gates on several occasions offered or proposed to buy the Keshe Foundation, and Mr. Keshe said it was like a mouse in the hand of a cat. And of course, the foundation wasn't sold. It would have probably been shut down. Mr. Keshe would have walked away with multi-billions, I'm sure, but none of us would have any aspect of this understanding. Again, it would have been hidden from the man, and Mr. Keshe has another mission to bring us into the universal community, even though we're, as he says, this planet and us are always have been part of this universal community, which appears mysterious, but it's from the same creator as we are. So it's just an extension of a larger family. As we see bugs and plants in different shapes than we are, the universal community is probably also in a number of different shapes and sizes and colors and what have you. As Mr. Keshe indicates, the creator has trillions of faces and appears in trillions of faces and places around the universe. So it's all the creator, and it's created this dimension of physicality and a soul within us. I just saw your note, Gianni. Apparently you're going to be doing some sort of school of the plasma technology. It must be in Moldova or Romania, so everyone can see this in the Telegram. I think it's from the 12th to the 31st of May. Again, this looks like quite a big undertaking, but as we saw, Gianni's quite proficient in many of the applications in making and producing so many things that you're all invited. I don't know if there's anyone who can translate for you here, Gianni. Would you like to share that?
Hello,
Yes,
Mark.
I'm here.
Oh, John, yes.
¿Qué tal, Gianni?
Well, before
Hello,
we
Mark.
read
Hello, everyone.
Yes, we'll read the World Peace Treaty after this, but if Gianni, if you'd like to share it, you've put quite a long post in here. But tell us more about this project you're undertaking.
Ok, Mark. John, por
John?
favor, si
Estoy a tiro.
Mark quiere leer el proyecto, después vamos a comentarlo un poquito.
Sí, yo lo que quiero aclarar, pues yo lo leí parte, pero las apuradas. ¿Es un curso que lo haces presencial o también lo van a tener en Telegram?
En físico.
Ah, en presencial, digamos, sí. This is a teaching which is going to do there. ¿Dónde va a ser? ¿En Moldavia o en Rumania?
Rumanía, y va a ser también en vivo porque vamos a traer cámaras que es necesario para hacer mucho en vivo.
This will be in Romania. It will take several days. They're going to film it, but it's you're going to be present there to be able to see all this. But with a filming, we may be able to have something later on. En el futuro podrás armar algo para dar en los cursos, me imagino.
Pues John, hacemos el taller en el domo que hemos construido en el año pasado.
This is going to take place in the dome he built last year.
Plasma Reactor Group con todos los detalles, cómo y qué es, porque de momento hay 2 domos en el Valle de los Dragones y vamos a construir otros 4.
Yes, this is in the Dragon Valley, and they have 2 domes there. They're going to build another 4.
Todos los que quieren participar solo necesitan el dinero para el transporte. Sí.
Yeah, the only thing you will need is to take yourself there, and they'll provide all the place to where you can stay.
Los demás, todo tenemos esta regalo.
This will all be given away, all this, the feeding and the nocturnal sleeping will be provided.
Y es un regalo de parte de la comunidad universal del plasma de Rumanía.
This is all given away by the plasma group there in Romania.
I'll just read, for the duration of the meeting, accommodations will be available both in the YURT and I don't know what that is, in the communication dome or in personal tents. For more sensitive or for children, there are a few places available in the house. We suggest that food be brought by each of us, what and how much we want. We will prepare food together without fire and potluck with ingredients brought by each of us. Required equipment includes comfortable mountain layered clothing and rain cape, hiking boots and lighter footwear, trekking backpack, survival knife, headlamp, metal cup or saucer, and cutlery, isoprene, sleeping bag, and optional tent. This is a workshop we manifest through free positioning. That is, each soul participates in what activities it feels it is drawn to. Beautiful, Gianni.
I would add,
yep,
you will be provided with enough plasma to feed yourself.
Yes, both in the matter state apparently and in the energy state as well. We are available to those attending with the following activities: plasma preparation, material cutting, nano coating of wood, assembling triangles, dome assembly, nano coating of shading net plus foil dome covering, construction and assembly, G&G plasma sun, indoor, outdoor plasma spraying, food preparation without heat, bread snacks, soup, main course, desserts, preparation of jams, syrups, fruit, and plant-based, honey-based syrups, preserving vegetables and food without heat treatment, making medicinal oils, creams, ointments from plants, as well as hygiene products, soap, liquid detergent, shampoo, agriculture, which he's shown an awful lot of this. Thank you, Gianni. Plasma culture, land preparation, and using plasma biocompost, positioning of nano and GANs plasma devices, seed plasmatizing, sowing, and seedling preparation, planting. The order of the workshops will be decided together on the 12th to the 13th of May. And yes, I was showing that picture of the winter wheat, Gianni, in the African session. and very impressive to everyone who saw it. So thank you very much, and thank the Keshe Foundation, and that you've picked up on this knowledge quite thoroughly. So we thank you for all the sharing you've been doing. And of course, you can see Gianni in the latest updates in the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group, which starts at 7 a.m. On Wednesday, CEST time, in our normal 939-474-503 room, which is our public access room. Any more you'd like to say, Gianni?
Yes, Mark. Agradezco al señor Keshe, a la Fundación Keshe por el regalo que ha hecho para la humanidad.
I have to thank Mr. Keshe and the foundation for all the knowledge he has given us.
Y sí que estamos en la dimensión del plasma, donde existe la abundancia.
And we're existing in the plasma dimension, which is abundant.
Y vivimos en una intensidad donde todo lo que hacemos se está multiplicando.
And we're living through an immensity of energy, which is multiplying all what we have at hand.
Yes. Y también por eso lo ha dicho muy claro. Los que regalan van a recibir para regalar más. Y eso pasa.
And this goes with whatever you give away, you will receive threshold.
Os agradezco a todos porque ya no es el trabajo, el regalo de toda la comunidad del plasma universal.
This is oh, my words.
The gift of
Hello.
the community.
Yeah.
Universal.
Yeah, the Romanian community and the universal community is giving you all these presents.
Agradezco también a los del Consejo Universal.
And I also thank the universal community.
Porque puedo sentir esos campos que se están creando los martes.
I can feel those fields created by them.
Los martes y también los jueves.
Every Monday and every Tuesday and Thursdays in their meetings.
Y podemos sentir la conexión con todos los buscadores del conocimiento del mundo.
And we can feel this reaching all the knowledge seekers around the world.
Y todo lo que hacemos es un trabajo magnífico que está hecho por nosotros todos.
And this is a marvelous work we're doing amongst us and all of us for the rest of our world.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm very impressed with your work, Gianni, or the work of the Keshe Foundation extended through you. And as we saw with the milking cow, where the owner was a veterinarian and he was applying the usual plasma or the pharmaceuticals to his livestock, they weren't producing the milk they should have. And Gianni has taken the basic ganses and applied them in a certain way into the well and into other places. And just amazing that the inputs have dramatically reduced, but the outputs have increased. Now, this is with the milking farms. The milk is more plentiful, and the sweetness of it and the taste is exceptional, actually winning a prize. Now we move to this larger farm, which I think is around 35 hectares, which is probably over 100 acres of land. And the farmer is also ecstatic here because he has reduced his inputs of fertilizer and pesticides, which going out the gate is a huge amount of money to spend. And the farmers do it because they want the yield from this. But look at the work here with a simple GANS application, and of course, understanding the knowledge as Gianni does. the beautiful results. And I think the farmer is ecstatic. As you said, Gianni, he saved thousands of dollars probably on the inputs just going out the gate. This was planted last fall and it's coming up now. You can see the snow receding in the corners here, but this is called winter wheat. And what a beautiful example of the technology. I know it's been shown in China, it's been shown in many places, but this is a beautiful work you're doing, Gianni, for inspiring all of us to start to pay attention to the plasma technology.
Yes, Mark. Thank you. Thank you. Y John, por favor, si puedes traducir.
Sí.
Agradezco a todos, pero es un trabajo de equipo.
I thank everybody, but this is a work that's being done by all the knowledge seekers as a team.
Yo y Jetta solo somos coordinadores. Por
My wife and
eso
I are
agradecemos.
only coordinators of all this, which we are showing or going to show.
John, por favor, Jetta es mi señora, no es my wife.
Ah, well, my companion, let's put it this way.
No, no, mi señora.
Pero por ahí los LGBT también se ofenden. ¿Sí?
Bueno, disculpe.
Estas cosas últimamente nos vuelven locos, ¿no?
And this is what, go ahead.
Okay, sorry.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah, Jetta is his companion or his the lady that's living with him. Let's put it this way. Because nowadays we've got to be very careful the way we talk with all these LGBT people around.
John, no somos casados, vivimos juntos de 30 años y no somos casados, no es mi esposa.
Yeah, he's telling me that they're not married, they lived together for 30 years.
Es mi amor.
It's his love.
Thank you.
Or she is his love.
Exceptional, Gianni. Thank you for sharing so much. And apparently the soul has taken over the operation of the physicality, at least in your existence, quite a bit. So we're very thankful for that. And that's what we're going to try to open up today, this operation of the soul. He said this is what this particular 482 workshop was all about, that we start to feel comfortable with our soul and with our creation and understand more about it. Anything else you'd like to add, Gianni? So this invitation is open to all.
Yes.
Okay.
For all soul, the universe. Thank you.
Yes. Great. And it's going to be videotaped, so there'll be a lot to share out of these days of interaction with the plasma and the teaching and the elevation of the souls. I would say this is what it's all about. This is what all the systems Mr. Keshe is producing is all about. They're all in the process of elevation of the soul, but probably more the soul of physicality as well. Apparently, we need to understand this operation, which has been hidden from the soul of physicality by the soul of the man. As Mr. Keshe said in the past, the soul operates, has its own life, has its own secret existence in a way. And now he told us that in the last workshop that the soul has blinded the soul of physicality to its work in a way. But we do see the beautiful work you're doing, Gianni. So we're all not blinded, or we're coming out of this sort of fog and starting to work closer and closer with the soul. And that's what we're going to be covering, this operation of the soul today. I was so surprised to hear him say the soul is just the soul of physicality, or the physicality is just a puppet in the hand of the soul. And we thought we were in charge the whole time. But as we keep mentioning, our souls have brought us to the Keshe Foundation. So we should feel blessed and fortunate that we're in and around this foundation and trying to understand more of what's being shared with us. because this is the knowledge of totality, the knowledge of the universe. And the soul carries it, but it seems to be quite tight-lipped, as they say. Okay, I think we'll go to the World Peace Treaty, which is another aspect of bringing, this is an aspect of bringing or delivering the peace on this planet, where we actually commit to a different sort of ethos, an ethos of giving and sharing rather than taking and hoarding for ourselves or just our own family. It opens us up to a bigger dimension. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? Again, this can be found on the Keshe Foundation website, can be shared with anyone. And it's a simple document. The world leaders will sign, the religious world leaders, and many on this planet will sign it. Again, Mr. Keshe says you don't have to sign it with the pen. You can sign it with the pen of your soul. And this is called the World Peace Treaty. And this is the whole.
I'll have a go if you want, Mark.
Go right
You've
ahead,
always
John.
read it.
Yes.
I, as citizens of the earth, from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. I shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this, I, all agree and swear with my, delete as appropriate, nation, territory, country, religion, city, town, body, and soul. Name, signature, date, position on behalf of certain thing, and the signature of a witness. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of Creator. Thank you, Mark.
Yes, and Mr. Keshe has really increased our understanding to the point where we realize that the plants and the animals are actually, he refers to them as people, vertical people and horizontal people. And this is what he means by, I think, all the created beauties of the Creator, because the Creator sits in all of it, but we've been abusing much of it, including ourselves as well, but especially the plants and the animals. I've never came to that realization until I got into the Keshe Foundation. And even at that point in time, it took a while for me to really work through this idea that they are entities, they have souls, they have emotion, they have intelligence, and they can create, and they can elevate to a new position. So this is the understanding, and without that understanding and application, moving out into the dimension of the universe will be quite a rough ride for you, I believe. Or you may be put in a position where you can't operate. This is what he's trying to convey to us, that we're really not allowed to take another entity and use it as we do here for our own energy to sustain ourselves. And we're trying to walk away from this more and more as we've seen these monthly sessions with dining with the Creator and so on. And of course, it's to build the system and perfect the system that Mr. Keshe is developing along with the team in Linz, which will soon be in another location. And of course, these monthly sessions are still continuing on. The next one will happen on the 28th of this month, April. Bookings are open until the 25th. So if you can join, there's many things going on behind the scenes. As I said, the systems are being perfected to deliver certain things and certain strengths and understand what's missing out of these systems. So you're participating in a test in a way, but at the same time, you're receiving some gifts. I think, as he said, we receive something and we're also sharing and reporting what we've noticed or what changes we've noticed in us. And of course, it's called addiction awareness, but as Mr. Keshe said, not really for the types of addictions that you're thinking of. He said we've been addicted to food and we've also been addicted to oxygen. And these two things will, in a way, prevent us from moving in certain dimensions. So this is part of the addiction. And of course, the soul moving from place to place is also another addiction, as I understand it at this point. But this is addiction awareness, and that will help you curve some of the other addictions that you may, or other misfunctions within your physicality that need to be corrected to bring the soul of physicality and the soul of the man together. And everyone, it seems, has different issues that they need to deal with. So this is, again, a monthly session. Usually they go anywhere from 2 to 4 hours, perhaps. I don't know exactly what Mr. Keshe has lined up in the way he is going to approach this one. But we've seen many beautiful experiences come out of these monthly interactions. And he did say by the end of this, by the end of the year, people will become passengers of the universe. And of course, as we dream, we already know we're doing it. Mr. Keshe sort of frowns on this word dream because we know it's the reality rather than the illusion. But through our society and so on, everyone has referred to it as a dream. What I've experienced is that you come to understand this more on a conscious level, this ability for the soul to move and to go to different places, let's say, or appear in different places. So this is a beautiful knowledge that you'll find nowhere else on this planet. You might find an aspect of it, but you won't find the totality of it. So I'd encourage all of you to join with the Keshe Foundation. And again, this will be this coming Friday, the 28th of April at 12 noon CEST time. Any comments? Or shall we go to this first clip about this operation of the soul? That we need to learn more and more about this soul operation. And apparently the soul sits behind most of the activities. As Mr. Keshe says here, 50% or more of our time is just that we do things or we go places is just the soul's commitment to the other souls to learn something or for you to learn something. Again, it's just a very in-depth and understanding that no one's ever shared with us before. And this is quite an understanding to realize that more than half the time your soul is putting you into a position because it's committed to the other souls to have your physicality there. So we're not using the word coincidence or it just happened. None of this is coincidental. This is the way I'm approaching it right now. We think it's a coincidence because you thought of the person and the person called you or stopped by your home at that precise moment, but the souls have engaged and they are fully engaged with one another to bring about a certain whatever needs to be brought about or whatever commitment needs to be fulfilled from one soul or the totality of souls, as I understand it. But let's hear Mr. Keshe explain a little bit more of this mystery of the soul. Okay, actually, I have it queued up near the end. So why don't we start at the end and hear exactly what is being set up with these. I think this was a question about satellites, but he's talking about setting up a whole new governmental structure on this planet. And as he said, this has been planned for hundreds of years, if not centuries, I believe he indicated. But let's hear the end, and then we'll go back to the beginning of this workshop. And feel free to interrupt, make a comment. There's no problem here. We're all equal. We all have microphones, and feel free to share your understanding. And all of our understandings may be a little bit different because we absorb different energies, which creates different emotions, which create different understandings. But this is actually a good thing because collectively we have a beautiful spectrum of fields, as when we elevate the world leaders, the religious leaders, and so on. We're including almost all the fields, many more than we realize. But let's start at the end and hear what is being developed. We're about 50% there. He said in the next few weeks, they'll add or 60% there. In the next few weeks, they'll add another 20%. And the final touch at this point, Mr. Keshe said, will come in the next 5 to 10 years. And of course, for someone who's been walking on this planet for thousands of years, 5 or 10 years is just another week or two. It seems longer. And again, like Christmas and the children, they want to open the gifts before Christmas, but it's all getting set up and it's all in the background, and we just have to be patient and work with the foundation and work with our own souls. So let's go to this little clip, about 10 minutes.
We did have a question just come up in YouTube from Joy House, who says, my name is Karen from South Africa. I had registered and paid for this special satellite. Will I still be able to serve in this way?
Yes, satellites will be brought in the operation completion of the work. Yes, stay where you are. You're part of the bigger work which will come. You got to realize, I was explaining this to some people, some of our knowledge seekers online, so they know what I'm talking about. If you look, we have set up an international one nation organization. And when you do this, you have to have a feed of contacts with people like ambassadors and whatever in the physical dimension of today. Then you need the structure of the health structure, you need the structure of the food structure, you need the structure to be able to reach energy to people. You have to have a structure to be able financially for them to support through a system which you set up, which is correct. And then you have a structure of governing, governance, and then you have a structure of what we call being able to connect everything together. If you look at it, we have brought in a very subtle way, all this together is every pieces over 20 years have been brought together in pieces, and then it's left till the time is there to bring it in. We brought in the cash coins to start a new financial structure. We brought in what we offered a few months ago, that you can join in as part of the like insurance policy for the health, for the food, for your wellness, for your energy. And we made the wellness available. Food will come very soon. You can pay a fee and receive most of the nourishment you need through headphones and the systems we set up. So, and then it comes to the energy, which is now getting set up. The system is reaching up to get there. So as a one nation government, does not matter if you are in Berlin, you're in Toronto, or you're in Beijing, or you're in Lagos. You can log in like a nation. You go to a supermarket. If you go to, let's say, Walmart in America or in Beijing or in another part, it's all Walmart, the same structure, the same setup, looking after people of the community the same way. Now, the Keshe Foundation is all being set up, coming to it. Doesn't matter wherever you are in the world, you receive the same healthcare. Doesn't matter where you are in the world, you receive the same pleasure of food, the same energy, the same financial structure. Everything for governance of one nation has been set up. And a lot of you participating in it without you knowing or you are. And part of this satellite system is that not any of you became, the soul brings you to be there. And then we set up the governance, which is the Universal Council. We see a few here, there, that are working and everything else. Once it comes to operation, Universal Council will take over its shape and it work. Same with the Earth Council. So in a long term, we brought in the television. We left it there to be because it's set up to be the structure when it needs to come in. The KFSSI as a university education center has been set up, and then it'll come in to go. We had to do, we tested, we set it up. Now it's sitting in like a quite nice baby in a corner waiting to play. The structure for one nation, one government, one policy, one benefit is 60% imposition. The other 20% will be delivered in the next few months. And the completion of 20% will be in the next 5 to 10 years. I have set up a structure to govern as one planet, by the people, for the people, through knowledge and technology and not politics. You will not have presidents and you will not have the kings. And the structure comes, the last man standing, what am I going to do? How am I going to survive the correct way? And this is how it is. To you, Keshe Foundation could be a lot of things, but it's a structure set up. And to set up one structure, slowly, with help of you, each one of you came in, took one corner of this carpet, is well structured. Tested, brought in, wait till it comes in. Tested, brought in, wait till it comes in. We have, when you go into the Keshe Foundation website and you see all this, so much for the health, so much for the food, so much for travel, because we know traveling, at the moment, let's say you pay £1,000, £2,000 for a everyday transiting between, let's say, outside London, central London to go to work. We know the cost of the travel becomes so much through transportation that we offer you a package to travel anywhere around the world for a whole year for a family for €5,000 or €3,000, whatever it is in the package. Because we know in the next 5 years, systems will be all over the place. You who pay this policy now, when it comes into operation, you find out the guys who are going to do it is going to pay maybe 8,000, 10,000. You've done your saving now, joining in. But we have the technology of it. I explained past few days to some people. You go and buy insurance policy, and then you have to go and when you get ill to find a doctor, and then for the doctor to diagnose, for the insurance policy to pay the doctor, and then you need an operation to get the insurance policy to agree to pay for the, what do you call it, the care you need. And it could be the wrong care, not necessarily do what it's supposed to do, and then it can create some outside effects and everything else. With the Keshe Foundation Wellness Plan, Keshe Foundation is the insurance policy provider, is the carer, and works in a way for it to make you better that you don't use the system later on. We are not sending you to somebody else to see you. Our doctors serve directly at the beginning. We put a permanent plan for 1 hour or 2 hours a year for you to have to go into the system. That the future problem is not that you clock the system up with 20, 30, maybe weeks, 2 or 3 hours a week. So I have set up a universal government, and I'm a very patient man. All these things we set up, when it comes together, Now you have bricks, now you have gold, now you have dollars and a pound. I have a cash coin. That's all. I can cash it anytime. It's not the Bitcoin which today makes me a millionaire, tomorrow I lose everything, nobody can steal it. Because stealing is not worth anything because it belongs to the same people in the same line. And it's the same value. Your haircut is done. Energy transformation, the satellite system for conversion of the fields and energy, all is set up. I planned this for centuries and I'll deliver it complete when it comes. But if we do it all, it becomes magic. When human race gives a hand to make it as knowledge seekers and the others, then it's accepted, it brings our collective. Today, you pay $63,000 for a kilo of gold, and you pay $6,000 for a kilo of copper, and then you pay $500,000 for another metal, a ton, or a kilo. Now with the production of the material production, everybody's cost is $500 a ton. Because it's the same system, how you tune it produces the material one. African nations now can develop. Africa has run into the maximum uses of natural resources of energy. This is one of the reasons Africa nations cannot grow anymore, and the Europeans are using it to the maximum hilt of it. All the dams on the rivers have been built, whatever could be done. Europeans have access to the fuel they burn from Middle East and everywhere else, feeding the fire of the industry. Africans cannot because they can't afford to pay fuel. In the coming months, Africans have access to the same energy, 1 cent a kilowatt, as do the Americans. Let's see where Africa goes. Never ever in the history of the man has been such a just system through technology and science delivered to man. Let's see what the others do. Reduction in the price of the natural materials in the coming years will bring balance in what we call poor and rich nation, because the rich has rubbed on the back of the same mine coming out of the, what do you call it, gold and silver or platinum or copper, as the Africans do with technology of the Keshe Foundation in the cities to produce maybe even better and newer version of the sea. Never in the history of man has been such a just structure. And it's done by your knowledge seekers. We just deliver the knowledge. The promised day of the milk and honey is here. You just wait till it's served. Thank you very much for today. And hopefully we see each other. We meet very soon. And we'll share more knowledge. Thank you very much, Rick, for today.
So that is the end, or maybe it's the beginning, but we're all part of this structure. As he said, the knowledge seekers are bringing it, whether it's helping in these monthly sessions, doing what Gianni's doing, sharing the World Peace Treaty with someone else. We're all holding a small corner of this very large canvas. So we'll see no presidents in the future. We'll see no kings. The educational structure is all set up. As he said, it's just like a sleeping baby. We're wondering why we haven't heard much about it, and the time is not right for it to come out. The TV network is already set up, and we've had numbers of meetings there, but it's just sort of resting at this point in time till they're ready to take it off the shelves. And this applies to so many of the other technology systems that are ready to go. He said we develop it and then we put it off to the side, and then they're going to bring it out when the time is right. So this is a big equalizer for all of humanity. All the metals will be 500 a ton, apparently, whether it's gold or copper or silver or what have you. So we're going to see massive change, and so that all of the nations can equally develop. So it's very beautiful, and we thank the souls for putting it together. But this is the end result. As he said, we're 60% there. 20% will be added in the next few weeks, and then another 20% in 5 to 10 years. So there still is a process we have to go through, and we need to be patient. As Mr. Keshe is very patient, planning this for hundreds of years. I don't think any of us have lived hundreds of years, but maybe we have. One of the keys in this workshop is, of course, understanding the soul and the operation of the soul. So I thought we'd go back there. Any comments from anyone, feel free to share, but this is the end result, and this is what we're all working for. He said we just have to be patient, and it will come along at the right time. Again, it's a huge timing factor is quite critical to all of this development, as I understand it. So we'll start here.
Hi, Mark. It's Nikolai.
Yes, Nikolai. Nice to hear from you. Thank you.
Of course. Yeah. This is a wonderful end. I must have fallen asleep listening to this because I didn't catch this part at the end of the teaching.
So many parts.
But I wanted to
yes.
oh yeah, I wanted to say something about patience.
Oh, please.
Because I actually agree, of course, that we have to be patient in order to see this out or see it through. But there's an aspect of patience here that is actually, in my opinion, not patience. We have an opportunity here to create paradise in these 10 years in our own way, shape, and form, whatever that means to us. And we are the ones bringing this forward. So I think there's an aspect that I would like to correct in that. And I don't think it's patience in the same way that we would perceive patience as if we were waiting for something to occur. I think it's already happened. And I can tell you that my life has drastically changed since being in Linz in October. And I mean that in every way possible. It is by far better than I could have ever imagined. And I wish to just share that with all of you, that we're not waiting for anything. We are the change. We have done this a million times before, perhaps. And it's a remembrance that what we're doing in the now is actually the most important thing we can be doing and being. And as exciting as it may be to hear about these coming changes on the planet, I know in 6 months that that's what's happened for me. Whether that's a result of being in Linz, I'm sure it is partially. But it's a wonderful experience to shift from where I was, and it was a deep process that took me back to Canada, back into my family's home, the house that I grew up in, and had to clear a whole bunch of emotional baggage, let's say, with my parents and with my sister, who all live in the same homes. And I sold everything that I had in Canada, and I'm now living in a beautiful place in Mexico in an entirely new energy, in a space where I've actually made the transition from living or working to live to living to work. And I remember when I heard that a few years ago, I did not understand it.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wanted to share with you all that patience is, of course, required. So is action. And I just wanted to leave you all with this feeling that it is not something that's happening in 10 years and 5 years, but rather every single day. Thank we.
Beautiful. Yes, and many, I know in Africa, we hear this often, that they can't wait for some of this technology to open up for a clean water, beautifully grown crops, communication systems that work, and so on and so forth. Some of us in the Western world have a lot of this already, but the majority of the people in India, Africa, even in China, they've brought a lot of people out of poverty, but there's still hundreds and hundreds of millions of people in pretty severe poverty conditions. And so this technology is going to be a huge equalizer once it's deployed. Yes, we can do things in our individual lives, especially starting to understand this working, this closer relationship with the soul, and realizing how carrying the totality and how powerful it is, but yet how humble it is at the same time. And I think we'll all get to this position and sharing, as you say, Nikolai. Hopefully you get to transmute and see your family periodically and show them how to do it as well. That's what all this is about. We're just sort of the forerunners, but it's to teach the others to come along in this understanding. Anyone else? Thank you, Nikolai. So let's go to this part about this understanding our soul and the operation of our soul a little bit more. Again, our physicality seems to be the one in charge, but it's actually not the one in charge more than 50% of the time. So let's just hear a little bit about this. And it's for each one of us. As he said, there's no formula really for transmutation and so on. It's up to each one of us to find that position, this connection between the soul of physicality and the soul of the man. I don't think I can do it for you, and I don't think you can do it for me, at least at this point. Maybe in the future we'll be able to share this strongly. Let's see, there's a sound issue. I have the volume up all the way. Okay, very good. So let's go to this part. And again, this is sort of your homework to do. It's for you to find your soul and understand its operation. And there's no real formula, as he said, for it. But we'll play 20 minutes of this. Hopefully, as Mr. Keshe said, if we can get him on television just an hour a day for a week, he will change the nations. But at the same time, we may see a big change coming. We will see a big change coming through this technology. But it would be so great to have Mr. Keshe on a program on actual television. And maybe now is not the time for that, but I think in the future we'll see more and hear more in the public domain. But let's find out more about this operation of the soul.
To you, as usual, wherever and whenever you listen to this series of knowledge seekers from Keshe Foundation, especially Institute, we welcome you back. And we hope, as usual, we learn from each other and we teach each other something about the real ways that the creation is done and it works. Today's teaching is part of the continuation of the other parts of the teaching over past few months and years. And what we're going to look into and what we understand from the point of view, the way we have been taught and the way it actually is. And as we hear more and more about the science of creation, we understand how little we know and how much fallacy we have accepted. We consider ourselves to be the decision makers of our physicality, but in fact, the decision maker of our physicality is our soul. We are a puppet in the hand of our soul. We make decisions, we do things which to do with the food, and we exist in it, with the dimension of physicality. That's the job of our physical condition. We go and look for water, we go and look for shelter, we go and look for something to give us energy to sustain this physical body. But the master, the soul of the man, sits behind. How it creates destiny for the physicality to be in a position, then the physicality has to follow that to be in the position which the soul has agreed to be present in the continuation of expansion of interaction of the souls of the man. We call it accidentally, I happened to be there, and accidentally I saw this and that, and accidentally it could have been by chance. Oh, something else, I happened to be there, and I happened to do this. We have created words which we don't understand for the operation of the soul of the man to bring the physicality in position where it needs to be. It's like you tell someone we're going for a blind birthday party, so you bring the birthday boy, but he doesn't know it's coming to the party, as we spoke before. So in a way, the soul of the man with the soul of the mother has agreed to meet the mother in such a place. So the physicality through connection with the soul of physicality makes sure that the physical condition is there to deliver, to bring the interaction of the souls for certain purposes. And then later on we understand why we were there, why we met the mother at that point in time, because the souls have decided for your soul and the soul of the mother to learn something from interaction of the future interaction of the souls. So in a way, we are running forces at the same time. The horse of physicality we think we are in charge of, and the soul of the man, which itself with interaction with other souls come to guide and bring the soul of physicality for it to be there, to bring the physicality to deliver the promise and agreement between the souls. We call it revenge. We call it the condition that he did something and now that's the payment for it. He did something wrong and he deserves this. We have found different interactions or voices or noises or communication line to explain what we don't understand, the connection between the soul of the man, the soul of physicality of the man and the man in the physical dimension. And in that process, we need now to understand this, that why did I turn up in such a place to see such a thing, and what's the outcome in the future for what I've done? What was the purpose of me being there? 50% of our lives, maybe more of it, is fulfilling the commitment of the soul to the others, other souls, for the physicality to be. Even if you get lost in the desert, there is a commitment to the soul of the others. Even if you get drowned in the ocean, there is still a commitment to the other souls. It's not just that you're drowned. It's that process has caused other souls to bring other physicalities to the position they've done right or wrong to be in. It's not just a funeral we go to. It's what comes in that process after funeral, the souls which have been set to come into, to deliver to, and to comply with the total agreement of the souls. A child becomes an orphan. Somebody loses a son, somebody gains a son. Why are we born in such a moment, such a day, such a second? What would have been the effect of it on the parents or grandparents if you were born a week before or 2 weeks later? Then we come to understand that now we have to accept Not only accept, understand. The full comprehension of the time, place, and position is dictated by interaction of the souls and interaction of the soul of physicality with the physicality of the man in communication with the soul. It's a ever, never lasting blind dates. Turning up, call it by chance, accidentally, and the rest. But in fact, it was already set up. But you were blindsided. You could not see, you could not understand that what your grandfather did, what your great-grandfather did, what your mother did, what your brother did, and in that consequence, with the agreement of the souls, you're balancing the field. You're not paying back. Have you ever seen a magnet jumping and going somewhere else, hitting something else? It just keeps a distance. It creates a condition. So for us as a human race, in the physicality of the body of the man, this is what we have to understand. That our physical existence, 80% of the time, we think we do everything. We are in charge. We put the suit on, we put the shoes on. 8 o'clock, we're on the train. 9 o'clock, we are in the office. We come back 10 o'clock, having a coffee, and then 5 o'clock on the train back home. We control everything. Oh boy, how misguided the man has been. The soul of the man uses those times which you think you're clockwork on the same train, the same time every week for a whole year. It plans your time for the interaction of the souls in that time bracket. So the soul of physicality and the soul of the man plan your day, internally what needs to be done, that it brings the balance in. Most of the repetition, magnets don't move. When there is an external force, when there is something done wrong with another soul, and then soul has to wait, oh, accidentally go out, and you have a car crash during the lunchtime. Oh boy, this was not supposed to happen. But this exactly was supposed to happen because there are other sequences, other effects, other dimensions to this accident, which was set up by the souls for those, for you, and for the others to come in the position of what was done wrong or what was to be corrected. Then, in a simple way, you understand how the prophets promise there'll be such a messenger in so many years and so many centuries and so many decades, and he will do this and that. It's the guy himself changing the clothes, appearing in the same place because he's already set all the souls through the effect of his own operation to be ready for that. And then he appears and manifests himself. Resurrection of the soul over 2000 years. But in fact, in this 2000 years, he's preparing other souls for it to be ready, that when he comes, say, oh, this is the one which was promised. So, if you understand this, you can plan with the correct conduct of the soul of physicality, the future of your soul, the operation of your soul, where it will be, what it will do, what kind of stars will be when it leaves the point of physicality. And that mankind comes to be understanding he's not very kind to himself, even though he claims to be kind to everybody else. What would be if you understand this position fully? And what would be, what would bring all of us if this point and this part of the totality was fully understood?
Okay, there's about 10 more minutes of this particular interaction. But again, it seems, as he answered a question in the past, that we're just actors in a very large play written by Mitra. So if you want to know the end result, you'll have to ask Mitra, I suppose. But what a beautiful understanding. Most of the time we do think we're in charge. But through the correct operation of the soul of physicality and the soul, you can plan out a future destination perhaps for yourself. So I'd encourage you to finish the rest of this yourself, or share it with the others. But this is a huge understanding. Almost like that expression, Charles in charge. You know, we think we're the king of the heap and we're running the show, but actually we're really following the dictates or where the soul is bringing this physicality, even though we thought it was our own plan in a way. And it's all for balancing. It's not for repaying, he said, but certain fields have to be balanced, and this is what's actually taking place. Again, it's quite humbling. And let's go to our next clip, and he's going to teach seeing through the eye of the man as well as teaching through the eye of the soul. And this is what's coming up. I don't know if this will be in August, September, July, August. Perhaps this is what the 25 will be. But it's for all of us. As we know, the 25 will be teaching the 200, will be teaching the rest. And these are just early pioneers in understanding this knowledge. But it looks like it will be coming to its conclusion in the next 5 to perhaps 10 years. And it's a huge undertaking, this changing of a whole planetary or a planet structure. Again, moving away from the amount of killing and eating we're doing, it takes quite a bit to coordinate all this. As he said, he's planned this for hundreds, centuries. So let's go. Any thoughts on this? So maybe we need to take a more backseat to the soul in a way, or just ask the soul that we'd like to be involved in this process. I don't know why the soul seems to be so aloof, but yet it's a gentleman and humble at the same time. But why is it disregarding? I would have thought by the time you were 10, you would start getting these inklings. Hey, I'm here. I'm the soul. I'm the creator of your structure. We want to work with you. And that doesn't seem to happen. It has its own secret life, and it's blinded this soul of physicality, as he said, to the true operation of what's going on. So again, another fantastic understanding given to us. Or
Mark, it's Nikolai.
Yes.
Again, it's interesting. It strikes me as Mr. Keshe's classic way of operating is been tricking us, so to speak. Because at the beginning, we thought we came here for an energy system,
electricity,
or for an agricultural boost, or for some other benefit of some kind.
How about creating?
And then as we're going through the process of this experience, every single time, it's actually a much bigger, a much deeper, a much more universal understanding that he's bringing through. And I like this kind of almost trickery in a way, because it seems like it's the only way to reach man through the physical nature that we have and how physical we are. It is in a way an interesting parallel that just in the same way, the soul of physicality, like the man's physicality, doesn't really see what's going on in the background. And I think there's something very beautiful about that. And I would actually suggest that your statement about the 10-year-old and the soul coming out is actually the inverse. I think at the point of birth, we are probably as close to God, source, all that is, as we generally are in our lifetime. And it's actually the physical learning of this collective dream of the planet that brings us away from that. And there's something quite magical about looking into the eyes of a very young child or a baby, and it looking back at you and getting lost in the fixation of the eyes. There's something that is so absolutely godlike in that experience, or totality in that small little vessel, that I think we have to, in a way, look at this from a new perspective. It's the physicality's job to take its role and find its position, but in the end, it's not actually the physicality running the show, as they say. So yeah, I wanted to just drop that in.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Yes, as he said, someday man will understand more, but you know, you go as a 10-year-old person to church or to other events, let's say, and they're teaching you about the creation and all the rest of the stuff that they teach. Why isn't the soul intervening? I know for certain people, I know Jacko didn't have a comfortable feeling about attending those sessions, that there was something inside him triggering that this was not correct, and others perhaps I sort of saw through it in a way, but yet never a real confirmation that the soul comes forward and says, look, I'm your creator, I'm here. I'm not outside in the distance or out in the heavens somewhere. I'm the creator of you, and you are the creator, or I'm the creator. And that has never been really communicated. Even if you were behaving correctly, the soul was just sort of in operation, but not paying a huge amount of attention to educate the soul of physicality, or the physicality in this dimension. I think Mr. Keshe said at one point that the soul of physicality and the soul are totally aware of each other, where the soul is given time at night and the soul of physicality is given the time during the day. It's an uncomfortable working relationship, but it's never been really hit home to many people. And even if they thought it was wrong, they thought maybe the brain or the physicality was just sharing something with them. But there's much more going on. It seems like the soul is the master behind the whole operation. So when we look in the mirror and we see a physicality, this is only some clothes that the soul has put on for this purpose or this position in this time. Very interesting. Anyone else want to add anything else before we go to the next clip? But at least we're being woken up to the fact. Again, we always think what we want to do is this right and this and that. Maybe we need to consult with the soul more on certain things and become closer, because this is our closest friend, although the one we steal from the most, he said, and that's the soul of the man. Okay, let's open this one up about teaching and seeing through the eye and also seeing through the soul. Perhaps this is what's coming up for the 25 or the 200 or all of us. It's all going to reach all of us eventually. Some are just going to be there earlier understanding it so they can share it with the others, and that's what it's all about.
Shorter than you think. I will teach you how to see through the eye of the man, and at the same time understand and see through the eye of the soul, or understanding of interaction of its feelings. And then we'll see how you as knowledge seekers will take steps to be there, to understand more, and to be part of your own creation and your own emotion and your own dimension of change. Everything in the dimension of the soul of the man has no formula. We cannot write, can you teach us, can you give us a system that we can elevate our soul? You have to learn through the dimension of physicality, which you've been taught, how to connect with the soul of physicality, and through interaction with your soul of physicality, make connection with the soul of the man. Jumping from the physicality to the soul, it's more or less not impossible, but not impossibilities. You have to be able to interact directly at a given strength, because don't forget, it's the soul which created the soul of physicality, where the physicality brought in the soul. And the womb of the mother. Now we come to understand. We, in a way, have come to the point that we start gradually understanding that building the space system for the man to travel in the dimension of the soul has no calculation and has no method except understanding the process of the elevation of the soul. Think how you, as a man, with all the teachings of past few years, been nourishing your soul from the environment of life. You breathe it, you extend its strength, you swallow it, you extend the same. You think and absorb energies from outside, still create a condition that you can survive. Then it comes the process of what's the reason for life? Why am I here? And how long more is left till my soul finds its home? Then maybe one day we find the answer to the totality of what is on the table. Any questions?
Any questions? If not, we'll go to the next clip, but you can see there's a huge operation going on behind the scenes. And the souls are all communicating and positioning the physicality in so many ways at the right place and position, as I see it, to create a balance for whatever happened in the past with the other souls that you're actually created in a way carried forward through the RNA, as I understand it. Now we know the Keshe Foundation is moving. I think they're moving east rather than west, although someone today said they're probably moving to London, but I don't know. Based on Mr. Keshe's past visits to China and the gifts that are being given to China and defense technology as well, I have a strong feeling that he'll be in China, but it may be Dubai or it may be another place that we haven't thought of yet. But he said he did want access to, for more people to have access. And Linz is sort of, in a way, out of the way. It's not as convenient, even though there's a train and a rail and so on and so forth. But let's hear Mr. Keshe. Yes.
I visualized Brazil.
Ah. Very nice. You'll have a reactor.
It's away from all the chaos in Europe and whatever.
Mm-hmm. And you'd sort of have two centers, one in China and one in Brazil. The soul and the soul of physicality interacting in a way. Or perhaps a star formation with Iran and another location included. Again,
well, you have the BRICS right now.
Yep.
Which a hell of a lot of countries are getting into the same BRICS. So it's not only 5 of them, it'll be over 12 of them.
Oh, there's over 100, I think, nations in the BRICS, aren't there?
Yeah, the first, yeah.
Yeah, Brazil, Russia,
I think there's
India,
no limit.
Yeah, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa were the original founders. They've been asking the West, the United States, to join them since the 1990s or early 2000s. But apparently we've rebuffed this approach to a win-win or a development situation, at least at this point. But as Mr. Keshe said, the Chinese have put it into their 5-year economic structure plan. And I indicated earlier, I have a sense that Xi Jinping has signed the World Peace Treaty, maybe not formally with the pen, but with the pen in his soul. As Mr. Keshe indicated in the past, Xi Jinping is one of the most peaceful men he's ever met. Although some other things happen with the gift of the cup of life and so on that may not have been fully, it could have been other minions, let's say, trying to block the technology moving into China.
Yeah,
So-
politics intervenes.
Of course, of course. And again, if you don't pay, they don't talk, and Mr. Keshe does not pay. So a lot of times things don't happen the way it should, or they don't deliver because they don't have anything for their pocket. And that's what they've been used to. That's not the second line of business. That seems to be the first line of business for most politicos, so let's say. But anyway, let's move to this final clip. Yes, again, we think Mr. Keshe is going to throw a fastball and he throws a floater. So we don't exactly know where he's going to move the foundation, or it may be in multiple centers. I thought he said cities. It may not be just in one location. It may be multiple locations. But again, it's all moving forward and it's all opening up to allow the people on this planet to see, observe, and experience this technology. And that's why these monthly sessions, for a rather small fee, you can take part in something that's quite unique to yourself and also help with the development of the technology, providing feedback and seeing what the systems need to be done to perfect them to the point where they'll be available and reach everyone pretty much equally without any flaws, or not having anyone say, you know, I didn't feel anything in the system. And this is what he's saying, about 20% of the people that happens to, but it just means that the system is not quite perfected to reach everyone at this point. So we thank you for participating in these monthly sessions as well. Okay, let's hear more about this move. Again, it's we don't know the exact location. Yes, Stephanie says once he did talk about Malta being the headquarters of the Keshe Foundation. That is correct. Thank you, Stephanie. But I'm sure we'll hear more in the next weeks and months. Yes? Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I said, I wrote it already. He talks about Malta once.
Yep. And we see a lot of those drawings of these circles or spirals, like what we see this yellow one here in the caves in Malta. I don't know if they had giants living there, they had special knowledge there, but on the carved into many of the caves, I've seen some pictures which you can see on the internet. There are many of these spirals which Mr. Keshe uses in the as a teaching or a pedagogical way of showing us how the plasma, the magnetical, gravitational, and the center works. So that could be, yes, I didn't think of Malta, and that hasn't been brought up in a long time. But we'll have to see, and it's all for the betterment of humanity. Apparently there's some blocking, or the foundation, the Austrian government was quite happy to have the Keshe Foundation there and sort of overseeing it or protecting it in a way. And now it seems that they've the leaders there have sort of fallen out of favor with the foundation for some reason. And again, I don't know all the reasons. I'm not going to guess, but it's probably the usual ones. But let's go and hear a little bit more about this move, and then we'll go to the creating of the peace dome on this planet, the continuation of the creation of the peace dome on this planet.
Somebody wrote to me, why are you moving out of Linz? The reason being, Linz is too far, and not many people can make it, mainly German and Austrians. We have to move in a position that everybody from all corners of the world can reach, and there is enough traffic.
Steph, does it seem like Malta would have that high amount of traffic that he's looking
I don't
for?
know. I have
don't-
been there once, but I was very, very young. I don't.
I think that's not a very large, and maybe, again, isn't this an island in a way?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, Yeah, so that may not be the location, although it was mentioned, you're absolutely correct by Mr. Keshe that Malta would be a headquarters, or maybe, again, I don't know exactly. The plans are
Yeah, we will see.
in the pocket of Mr. Keshe at this point, although the team was informed several months ago that the move was going to take place, but it does seem like Malta's a little bit out of the way. I would think one of the larger, I thought he said some of the larger capitals. Perhaps, again, India has been an anomaly for the Keshe Foundation. Mr. Keshe has spoken about that. It may not be India, but my thinking at this point would be China, because of the gifts being provided, the defense technology, the feeding without any food on the plate, and so on. This seems to be the direction. And of course, you've seen the negotiations with the government of China and Iran and Saudi and Syria, the cooling of the Yemen problem. And I think the approaches to Ukraine all indicate that China is really wanting peaceful development on this planet.
Our team and is new, that soon will be moving, and now gradually is taking shape. We formed them months ago that Keshe Foundation exhibition will move because it's too remote, so people have to get from wherever to Vienna and then 2 or 3 hours by train to get to Linz and then get a train to and all sorts. And the expenses are too high because it's a remote position. So Keshe Foundation moves to major cities, major capitals, to allow, let's say, large population of the world to see the coming of the new technology. It's not something new. Our team were informed months ago of the move. Any other questions?
Any comments? So basically, we understand the foundation is moving, and if you can help with that move, I'm sure it's not going to be inexpensive to move a lot of equipment. And again, I know he talked about one of the labs being under tons of concrete in a mountain somewhere away from Linz. Whether that'll be moved, again, this is all up to the foundation, Mr. Keshe, and the way he wants to proceed. But at least we all know that they're going to find a better position and to give them more exposure, let's say, without any sort of interference or less interference. And again, he hasn't revealed to us the interferences that have taken place, but just sort of scratched the surface a couple times on the problems in Linz in a way. So it's for more exposure that more people can participate and be part of the foundation. Again, it's just another launching point in a way. Maybe they couldn't jump that high in Linz, and now in the new location, they'll have much more freedom, less problems to operate. And this is what it sounds like. That's why I'm thinking China, perhaps. Okay, let's go to our Dome of Peace, which we'll continue to create. And this is something we do every Sunday collectively, but you can do it any time of the week. And this is the spreading of the Gans waters. We know it has a certain consciousness, a certain intelligence. It's able to bring balance into many situations within the body or within the planet. And he jokingly said one time, this is how you take over a planet. But again, we do this every Sunday at 12 noon CEST time or at the 6 p.m. CEST time. So let's go through this. Then we'll go to the second step, which is spreading the fields from our soul. And we'll have a 5-minute of silence to actually practice this, spreading the fields of our soul.
I don't know if anyone wants to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer? With a nice voice. Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
So again, this is something that you do in a way collectively or individually. Some people do it in groups. We've seen a number of them in Brazil. But there's not a checklist, and nobody's asking you if you're doing it every week. You're not. We check off this one missed 3 times or that. It's all up to you and what you would like to see happen. It's the soul of the collective awareness. By giving will create this position of change, no other thing. And we're giving in this way. It's something for the physicality to do, as he explained to us. And this also will connect wellness centers and probably other things together on this planet as well. We don't completely understand the working of the GANs, I don't think, but it's part of connecting one system to another. And this is sort of laying down a sort of a web in a way. And it's also creating small domes of peace, which will link up to create or build into a much larger dome of peace. And this is, again, something for your physicality to do. Now let's move into the second step of the dome of peace.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the dome of peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. M.T. Keshe. Thank you.
And of course, giving from the soul, we're collectively doing this at 9 p.m. CEST on a daily basis. The Universal Council has asked for the souls to unite, whether you're working or you're not working, whether there's noise in the background or not. At 9 p.m. CEST, you can join with other souls, not on Telegram, not on Zoom, but just on the energy level, to bring this elevation of the world leaders, the 5+1 negotiators, and so on and so forth, and whoever else you may want to add onto your list. I think the soul is unlimited and it can give to as many as you'd like. So let's take 5 minutes of silence, practice this. As Mr. Keshe said, he'll handle the physical end of things, and we'll start practicing elevation or giving from our souls. And this is one thing that is not stolen. I think everything else we give has been taken from somewhere else. Even if I give you a coffee bean or a pound of coffee, that was taken from the coffee plant. And so it's actually stolen. But when you give from your soul, this is not stolen. You're creating it, and it's pure fields, as I understand it. So let's take 5 minutes starting now and practice this elevation. And again, you don't have to do it just once here or once another time. You can do it all the time. As Mr. Keshe said, if you see an image of Putin coming into your mind, or the Pope, Xi Jinping, King Charles, or any of the other world leaders, he said, give to them because they need it more than anyone. So let's take 5 minutes and practice this giving from our soul. It's going to be extended into a bigger dimension, but right now this is where we are, and this is what we're practicing. We'll start now. And thank you for your participation in this process. Again, it's your own discretion, but we can learn to give and take. This is what the plasma is all about. And especially when we go to space, we worry about how much we take. And taking seems to be much easier than giving, doesn't it? But when you go into space, they worry more about if they've given enough every day rather than the amount they've taken. So giving, although uncomfortable in a way, is this process of elevation. You can even give to your own structure and elevate your own soul. So there's much more to this than just the elevation of the 5+1 peace negotiators. It's all about our future and our understanding of this giving and taking. And again, it's something we need to feel more comfortable with. And of course, working in the dimension of the plasma doesn't take a lot of work and doesn't take a lot of energy. Working in the dimension of the physicality does take a lot of energy and a lot of work. So you can work this with your family, with your friends, with yourself, with the world leaders and the others. I think it's a good practice for us to continue this process. And as I said, when we go to space, it'll be more about giving, I think, than taking. Any other thoughts on this before we go to Alex? Okay.
Mark, it's Nikolai again. I
Yes,
seem to be speaking a lot today, but
that's
that was
okay. We haven't heard from you in a
hugely
while.
energetic, brothers and sisters. I felt a whole host of sensations similar to what we experienced with Jocko the other day in the soul teaching. He had everybody open their microphones and we did an experiment there. Generally every single time, and from the beginning I just gave to all beings, and like a lightning bolt up my spine, the energy surged from the back of the heart space up and then out to the extremities, and then a number of faces and people in my life and people that I don't know came to me and passed through, and very, very energetic. Thank you all for your collective work. It's absolutely functioning, absolutely gorgeous, this practice. So just
Yes.
a reminder that it is what it is. And I did give to myself actually halfway through, and interestingly enough, Xi Jinping came through as well, and that was an interesting one.
Yes.
Otherwise, people that I've been working with, and people I haven't spoken to in some time, every one of their faces, one after another, came in succession, and it was quite clear who I was sharing with. Even if some of the names are the same, the different face would appear, and yeah, it's quite clear.
Yes, I've been trying to do that as well with people I went to school with that I might have forgotten about, or people I've worked with or had interactions with or had problems with or had successes with. I'm giving to all of them as they appear or as I think of them. And it's just a way of giving and learning to give, which hasn't been the way we've been trained. We've been trained to take and just to take enough for your family and don't worry about anyone else's family. As long as you and your family are secure, don't worry about the rest. All these sort of things is brought a lot of confusion in the way that we should operate. And so Mr. Keshe is allowing us to practice this giving. And it's an important aspect of our existence in creating a star or interacting with other beings in the universe. And we'll be finding more and more of this out as we move into the future and the future understanding. So thank you all for your, again, continued participation in this process. Nobody's going around with a checklist. No one's asking you if you've done it or you haven't done it. It's all up to your own discretion and how much you want to see the peace delivered on this planet. And again, it's not a day job, as Mr. Keshe said. This takes multiple applications or multiple pulses of this energy. But collectively, we do contain, it's like a worker coming over to your house and all he brought was a screwdriver. Well, he can't do much with that screwdriver. He left the tool bag home with the saw and the cutters and the pliers and the wrenches or whatever he needed for the job. So this is collectively, we have a full toolkit as I see it. All the fields that we need to start this process of change and working with the other souls. And I'm sure they're receiving and hearing us and understanding what we're doing here. Even though if you ask the person in their physicality or whatever, did you feel it? Did you hear anything? Did you sense? They'll say, no, I didn't, nothing happened. But the souls are definitely interacting, as we heard in the beginning, this huge operation of the souls. Okay, anyone else have anything they'd like to add to this? And of course, you can join the Brazilian team for the daily intentions at 2 a.m., I think it is, CEST, and at 6 p.m. on Wednesday. Those are daily intentions at 2 a.m., and the Wednesday is for the elevation of the 5+1, the souls of the IAEA, and all souls working for peace in Vienna. And I'm sure they've added others in there as well. So thank you all for participating in this process. If there's no other comments or questions, we can play the disclaimer for Alex, and he'll come in with a beautiful teaching as he always has done over the past. Oh, we're hearing a bell. School bell. Time to join. All right, let's play the disclaimer. And that way we have everything settled on that end. Just move that there.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Okay, I was trying to download something. That's why the screen disappeared. It went in back of the other screen, but I think we have given and shown the disclaimer. So Alex, if you're ready to come in, we welcome you with open arms, and we thank you for your unique teaching, and we're proud to be part of this teaching and your understanding. As we know, we learn, as Mr. Keshe said, we learn from each other and we share. That doesn't mean Alex is telling you exactly how to understand it. He's sharing his understanding of this knowledge. So thank you very much, Alex, for your consistency of delivering this technology, not only here in North America, but across the globe. So thank you very much for your service to the community.
Well, thank you very much, Mark. Excellent introductions today. Thanks for all the participants, and especially all the foreigners that are coming to this North American teaching. Oh, you know what? That's all of us. We're all foreigners, aren't we? We're all foreigners in outer space. And this is why we need to understand the teachings of Maranteva Keshe and see how we can individually understand it better. Because we're all on a journey. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. Our journey is on plasma science. We're conducting intermediate outer space teachings, and we have to discuss this lust in space. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It is April the 23rd, 2023. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So I hope you all enjoy the journey, because we're extending our knowledge with respect to the outer space. We did start with the basic outer space, and we found the reality dimension is in outer space. And so today we're trying to figure out what's our problem. And actually, we know what our problem is. What we don't know is what the solution is. And the reason we have this confusion is because we don't totally understand the nature of the problem. You see, we just want to go and search for outer space and get on this plasma highway, because we want that little pie in the sky, that little tiny pie there. And we want to know how to get from here to there. And that is described in the book number 2, The Structure of the Light. And so we see that a lot has to do with not only the structure of the light, but the speed of the light and the nature of the light, and all of these good things. And so it brings light on the whole situation. And when we see the light, then we can see what's going on with our eyes, and we want to keep our eye on the prize. And in this case, the prize is the pie. So we want to keep our eye on the pie, that little sweetheart pie, which we call our little private space. But, you know, doesn't matter how big your space is, we're always dreaming of bigger spaces and bigger pies. Just never seem to get enough, yet no satisfaction. And so we're always lusting in space, because we don't understand, and I say this generally, because there are those who really do understand, and it's just that we all collectively have to understand that this pie is still just a piece of the whole pie. And even if we dream of a bigger pie, it is still just a piece of the whole pie. So what is it that we want? And it seems that we're settling for the smallest thing. We discussed the soul of inertia and the star formations and the inertia of the star formation. So it's a culmination of the field forces represented by convergence and divergence. And when they come together, there is a kind of a conversion, and that conversion point is the inertia. And it has a gravitational stability. And this is really important if we want to travel into outer space, because you have to have a stability to go somewhere. And wherever you go, it has to have the stability to receive you. And so frankly, if you're leaving someplace, it has to have the stability to launch you. But the thing is, what is not discussed is at what energy level this is. So when we're talking about the inertia conversion, we're not sure which pie we're talking about, or how big that pie is, or at what field strength it is, or what energy state it is. Because every inertia is a manifestation of a kind. And so it involves the magnetical feeding of the PM ticks, which are energy packs. And the energy packs diverge all over the universe. And they come together in this force field dilution practice, which involves the conversion of the principal matter, transition matter, and the convergence matter. And the conversion actually manifests itself into a maggrav, and that maggrav is gravitationally stable. But that doesn't tell you where it is. It's just somewhere in space. So you have to have a reference point, and that reference point is your feedback inertia. And that creates an interaction field with your MAGRAV, which now creates a field interaction inertia. So as we can see, there are different inertias and they manifest in different energy states. And so when we're traveling on the plasma highway, we have to follow certain rules, but we can see that we can go in both directions and we can go all over the place. And in order to go all over the place, there has to be this connection, as we've discussed in book number 2. And this connection is an intimate connection with everything connected to everything else. Well, how do you decide what you're connected to? And so we have this family of emotions. And so our man space point of view is in the physicality. And so it's our emotion of man, which is really the emotion of physicality, isn't it? And that physicality has to be in the place. And so that becomes our emotional position. But when are we in that position? Well, we're only there in the presence. And so there's an emotion of presence. And it is this emotion of presence which feeds our emotion of vision. But there's a soul space point of view, and that's the emotion of knowledge. And so our point of view becomes very, very important. And of course, the most important point of view is our man spaces. We have to understand our gravitational stability, which is in our soul. But most of us don't recognize that. We're looking at our physical stability. And in order to maintain that physical stability, we feed it with our emotions. And quite often our emotions are not very stable. And so this is where the problem comes in. This is one of the reasons we're lost in space. So when we're defining plasma, we have to understand that there are different energy states. And so radiance is just a kind of energy state, and plasma is a kind of energy state, and GANS is a kind of energy state. It all depends on our point of view. And all this leads to our understanding of inner space. And we've really concentrated on that because we had to differentiate the earth space from our inner space. It's when we find our inner space, then we can help us in our search for outer space. And this is pretty important. It's the most important thing in our life because it involves our life. And our life is also part of the universe. So it'd be nice to know how the universe is created. We see the universe is created of matters and it exists from energy. So energy is always in motion, so you can't capture it. You have to put it in a field. And so when this field is created, we see that energies come together as a combination. And so that creates one field. But it seems to ignore the other fields, doesn't it? Because if it comes together, it has to come from somewhere. And because the energy states are all in different plasmatic conditions and different plasmatic field strengths, then we have to take other things into account. We just can't take into account our physicality and say, oh, you know, if the sun comes up every day and gives us energy, and we see how the plants grow in the presence of the sun. And so we find that we're growing as well. So yeah, the sun is affecting us. Yes, of course it is. But there are other things that are affecting us. And because energy is always in motion, so do we get to decide which energy affects us? So the energy is always positive, and so it has a charge, which means the direction of motion. And this direction of motion is based on the magnetical gravitational principles of the plasma science. And so we find that these fields have a rotation, a speed, a strength, and a direction. And in that process, we see the polar energies of magnetical gravitational field forces, which we call magnetically as emission and gravitationally as absorption. And so these are charges in motion. And so when these charges come together, when we see forces come together, they create a field. And for many of us, we just wonder, is that just a dream or is that a reality? Well, whatever it is, it's an inertia manifestation. And it doesn't take into account time and distance, you see. So this becomes a kind of a construct that is kind of, shall we say, clouding our viewpoint. But one thing for sure, we saw the planet and we chose the planet, and that planet was Earth. Was that a fulfillment of our dream? Was this the energy feeding pack, what we call the emotion of knowledge, that brought us here? And we see that, you know, in order to get here, we had to have this gravitational stability so that we could transcend many of these reality dimensions. And so that's part of our trip. We followed the rules of the plasma feeding rule, where we have natural creation, where the higher strength feeds the lower strength. Now, wait, we have natural decay. Well, also where the higher strength feeds the lower strength. Oh, wait, we have catalytic stability like the sun. And so the higher strength feeds the lower strength. And so we find this plasma feeding rule is actually a two-way street. And this is what we have to understand better, how this works. But we have some problems in understanding this because we're not exactly understanding the sequence. So we have these basic field forces of attraction and repulsion, which we would call magnetical and gravitational field forces. So they're feeding us, and then we feed back to these forces so that in that process, we can make choices. And the key point here is that we have to make the choices as if we're the last man standing. And in making those choices, we can turn on and turn off the feeding, and we can increase and decrease the strength of the field. And as soon as we do that, then we can enhance or diminish our position. Why would we want to diminish our position? It's a figure of speech. It's part of the positioning. It's part of the relationship of the sequence. Because at the core component, we have our magnetical stability, which is the PM tick. And that is manifested to an electron. But when we find that we look at the atomic structure, and it involves a proton. And so that has a gravitational stability. So there's a relationship between the PM ticks and the rays. So is this plasmatic or is it physical? And they say, well, this is the core component anomaly. But it's not really an anomaly because all things work in combination. So when we're looking at the atomic marriage of the proton and electron, we find that the larger twin plasma of the proton feeds the smaller twin plasma of the electron. That's just a basic rule. And then in that process, we have this new dimension we call the ray dance. And it's a release of the PM ticks. And so when we're looking at the Keshe model of nuclear decay, we have to say that for the benefit of the scientific community, because that's how they look at it. But this decay process is actually part of a natural process. We call it natural decay. And so we started to discuss carbon and its various mass states. So in the physical state, it's carbon 12. We call it carbon 12 is related to its mass, but it's an isotope state. It has a different mass. So we have carbon 14 and we have carbon 16. And so that all becomes part of the carbon family. So the higher energy states are plasmatic and the lowest energy state is physical. But there is a transition. There's a natural decay. But there's also a natural creation. We know that. And so we see there are other isotopes like carbon 10 and carbon 8, and they're also part of the carbon family. But as being isotopes, they're plasmatic. So therefore, when we see how this ray motion is created and is part of creation, we see that in one direction, we have this balance between natural creation and natural decay. And we call that creation. But on the other side, which we call decay, it has a balance between decay and natural creation also. So we see that this terminology is kind of confusing. And then we, as the observers, we don't understand what the connection is or how it works. And so we fudge things, right? There's various ways to fudge things. So when we're looking at these relationships and we say 1 and 1 is more than 2, and the reason for that is because we still have the 1 and we still have the other 1. And the combination of those is going to be more than 2 because we still have them. So the combination creates this inertia field. And how big is it? Well, I don't know. We just know that it's more than the 2. And the 1 is not necessarily the same as the other 1. And so this is the kind of relationship that we have to understand. What is Maggrav balancing between the magnetic and gravitational fields? And so we find the scientific community has a responsibility, and the spiritual community has a responsibility. But that's just 1 plus 1. But plasma science adds to the knowledge, and that affects the rate of change. So how much more than 2 is it? Well, this is the question. And what's the answer? And so we find that we're not too busy pursuing the answer because we have this addiction, a lust addiction. And so many of you think that it's just related to sex, but it has to do with painkillers. Pain is a huge problem in our humanity because pain can be something like you cut yourself or you burn yourself or you bruise. And that would be a physical pain that you get from a physical interaction with your body. But you can also have an emotional pain, a trauma. Now that trauma could be a disaster in your life, or it could be an altered reality where for some reason you don't want to accept that reality and it causes pain. So in either way, whether it's a physical pain, an emotional pain, or shall we say a reality pain, one of the most effective painkillers, of course, is drugs. And I often wondered why the FDA in the US is the Food and Drug Administration. And then we see that food is used as a drug. And then, of course, another kind of drug is alcohol. And did we mention cigarettes? But we think of sex And we think of all of these killers, painkillers, and they're based on greed. So greed is another lust addiction, isn't it? We want it. I want it. I don't care why I want it. I just want it. In fact, I want it. And so that leads to narcissism. And so we find that all of these lust addictions are part of this physicality-centric point of view. And this physicality is governed by the soul of physicality. So whether we like it or not, and whether our field of reference is only physical, we have to understand that the soul of physicality is governing this, and it's using the emotion to do that. So we have an emotional domain. And so in our interpretation of what happens physically, we have this action and reaction balance. In other words, you can do something, and as a result of your actions, something will happen. Well, that becomes a reaction. Or someone else could do something, and then you interpret what that action was, and that becomes your reaction. So the question is, are you on the action side, or are you on the reaction side? So really what you're always trying to do is trying to achieve some kind of balance of the emotion. And we have enough turmoil in our society that puts us off balance. And I often ask the question, you know, life is hard enough without having to debilitate yourself with some kind of drug addiction or alcohol addiction, because that doesn't help you achieve balance. That just helps you kill the pain. And so when we can't achieve this balance, then we go for these painkillers. So either way, we either have to work to achieve this balance, or we have to take a painkiller to achieve this balance. And of course, one of the things that we're constantly looking for is this pursuit of happiness. So that's another addiction. And then, you know, it's funny because the chase is better than the catch, they say. And many times that's true, because what happens when you catch what you think you're catching becomes a disappointment. And so when you catch it, it gives you a feeling of euphoria. But then when the reality sets in, you get this feeling of depression. And so we have this chemical creation within our emotional domain, which is fed by adrenaline, dopamine, and cortisol. And we get into these emotional impulses to try and achieve this balance of emotion. And sometimes these emotional impulses are very irrational, almost desperate. In order to maintain this emotional domain, it needs a soul of physicality. It needs a soul of physicality. Physicality cannot operate without it. And so this is not meant to be a commentary. And just to understand the limitations of our point of view. Because one of the reasons that Earth space is so attractive is because we all have to admit there's a lot of good things in life, and we all want these good things in life. And so from our point of view, let's say you're poor, then you want things that wealthy people have. But then when you look at wealthy people, they're not necessarily happy. So each of us has a point of view from the position that we're in. And that point of view has to have a perspective. So if you're, say, coming from a poorer point and going to a wealthier point, okay, so that becomes euphoric. But if you're coming from a point of wealth and going to a point of poverty, then you become depressed. So you find a poor man can be happy and another poor man can be depressed. So it's totally subjective. But the thing is, we have to understand that there's a difference between the plasmatic and the physical. So the physical is just a manifestation of the plasmatic point of view. And as a result, we make a lot of excuses, right? Because we don't want to accept the blame. We don't want to accept the responsibility. So we become, in many ways, self-deluding. And what helps us do that is to rationalize, justify. And they say, well, let sleeping dogs lie. Well, that's a good thing. Don't be a disturber. And then we also say that the end justifies the means. But do the means justify the ends? And as we start to analyze all of this and we try and figure out what is the next right step, there's so many inputs, so many points of view. And you find as the last man standing, you're incapable of making a decision. And it causes pain. So you take all these painkillers and you make excuses because you can't make a choice. You're looking at the physicality only. And so paralysis sets in because you're not trusting. You're not trusting your soul. And so in that process, we suffer this man-space abuse, right? We've turned into a hunter-gatherer species. And so that becomes our addiction. So either we hunt for food or we gather food. Either way, it's for survival, isn't it? And in that process, we've developed a scientific abuse, and we've continued it through an academic abuse. And of course, we've justified it through a spiritual abuse. And that extended into social abuse. And all that is about you, isn't it? That's you, that's your radiance, that's your abuse. That's your abuse that you're not only giving to others, but it's abuse that you're giving to yourself. And so we don't understand that in fact, we may be hunters and gatherers, but we're not very good soul hunters. But there are soul hunters, and they want your soul. So all of us want to get along, don't we? And so one of the things that's, a really sad situation is when you're naive, right? Well, it doesn't affect you, so you don't pay attention to it. And maybe it just happens behind your back, or maybe it happens under your nose, or maybe you find out at a later date. And then when you find out, you have this disgust and you don't know what to do about it. And so you're fixed in a point of inaction. How's that for action reaction? Inaction. which basically becomes an endorsement. And they say, it's not what you know, but who you know. So if you want to get along, you have to go along. This is another endorsement. And it's another inaction, isn't it? Because you just go with the flow, because you don't matter. And you don't understand that you're just another currency. So when we compare that, and that's what we're trying to do, we're trying to differentiate between the physical and the plasmatic reality. And so call it what it is. And so when we're looking at the C12, the carbon 12, we find that in order to achieve this, there has to be a convergence of energy, and that convergence we call a gravitational force field. But in order to maintain that maggrav positioning, there has to be a giving, and that giving is done magnetically. That's a magnetical force field. And so we have to lay out a path, don't we? So we find that on the one side, what we call convergence, where the higher plasma energy feeds the lower plasma energy based on field strength. And field strength has to come from the plasmatic energy level. And the plasmatic energy level is determined by the mass and the interaction of fields and the combination of fields. But there has to be a divergence as well. And so we see that the same thing happens, and the same rules have to apply. The higher field strength has to feed the lower field strength, and that is determined by the mass and by the energy state. And so there has to be a relationship. And so we find it's a two-way street. We call it conversion, and the conversion that we see is exclusively physical, because that's the definition of physicality. Something you can see and something you can touch. So what we're seeing at that point of physicality is a merging of the two general field forces of convergence and divergence. And we convert it into our physicality, and that's what we see. And we like it. We really, really like it. We get addicted to it. But do we understand it? And this becomes very important when we understand the cups of life and how we've created the cups of life, because it's a reflection of our core space, our inner space, that emotional strength that we have to have. And it's never more apparent than when different people make their cups of life and they get different results, because they don't understand the importance of their involvement. And so you find some people are able to create an awful lot of GANs and understand that this GANs production is a radiance manifestation. And so they can create a lot of GANs, a lot of CO2, a lot of calcium GANs, zinc GANs, copper GANs, amino acid GANs, and water GANs. And so there's a creation, because it's created from the physicality, isn't it? So it's a divergence of energies, isn't it? But there's an interaction somewhere, a field, inertia, creation. And so those who have difficulty understanding this, well, they can't seem to produce the GANs in the cup of life. I'm sure we've all run into people like that. And so we're not understanding the bond dimension, and we're not being specific. So we call this the vanilla radiance. The vanilla radiance, that is the reality dimension between the plasmatic spectrum and the physicality spectrum. And it allows the transition of energy in both directions. That is to say, towards the natural creation or towards the natural decay. But within that spectrum, it's a two-way street as well. So the two-way street within the plasmatic spectrum and the two-way street within the physicality spectrum and the two-way street between the two spectrums, the reality dimension. And so we understand better the cup relations, the magnetical gravitational relationship of the individual cups and the soul radiance from all of these cups, and how they come together and they create this combined cup, the man space cup, the magnetical gravitational field forces of that cup with the soul radiations, the soul radiance, excuse me, with the other cups. The other cup being the position, the earth, and it has a relationship. And the combination of that with our cup is the cup of inertia. These become the basic cup relationship. So we have to take these things into account because they're all part of this inertia family, this plasma inertia family. And so we can see this whole family within this cup of life here, where we see the physicality of the cup made from the silica, but it's transparent, and we see the gans, which is physical, but there's a hole in the gans. So we know that there is a radiance within that hole that has created that hole. And that hole is transparent. And you say, well, you know, it's gone. No, the hole is there. And it has to stay there because there's energy feeding. So seeing is the believing. And the believing is the knowing. And the knowing is the dreaming. So what are we dreaming about? We're dreaming about our physicality. We're dreaming about this lustful position on this earth space. And it's dominant. It's so dominant that we kill to preserve it. But we know it's governed by the emotion. And the emotion needs the soul of physicality to do that. So we can see that our life kind of revolves around this physicality, the soul of physicality. And neither the scientific community nor the spiritual community wants to go beyond that. If we have this lust for life, why do we have this limit on our lusting? Or are we just being redirected? Why is there a limit? Who puts the limit? And within that frame, we had this conversion where the gravitational forces come into the physicality, and then the emission of the magnetical forces facilitate this maggrav positioning, which we call our beautiful physicality and this beautiful planet. If we're going to follow the plasma rules, we have to understand that the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, and all things work in combination. So if we look at the combination on these three levels, we find that the combination of carbon-16 and carbon-8 is actually carbon-24, and that would be the inertia conversion. And if we look at the combination of carbon-14 and carbon-10, well, that's also carbon-24. And that becomes the inertia conversion. And so we're left with the carbon-12. But when we look at the Earth, it's a lot more than carbon-12, isn't it? And when we look at our physicality, it's a lot more than carbon-12. So we're just starting to understand this conversion. So we find that what we've been preoccupied with respect to our conversion, is not taking enough into account. So we have this gravitational field flow, we have this magnetical field flow, and of course we have this emotional field flow. And this emotional field flow not only follows the emotional plane, but affects the physical plane as well. And all of this is governed by the soul of physicality. So this is incomplete. It's not taking into account the soul of the man, the higher energy, because the higher energy is also part of this conversion, isn't it? Because all things into combination. But do you get to choose what you put in the combination? So if we find that the carbon-14 plus the carbon-10 gives us carbon-24, well, that would be a higher plasmatic inertia field that could feed us. And then we could see that, well, same thing. We have a carbon-16 plus carbon-8 gives us another carbon-24 field of inertia. And that could also feed us. What you're seeing is the beginning of the vortex, where the higher field strength of the soul feeds the lower field strengths of the soul of physicality and the physicality. It has to, because you can't have nothing from nothing. Something is always something. It's all determined by the susceptibility, isn't it? And how much do we take into account? Well, we haven't totaled everything up. All we've totaled here is the carbon family, one part of the periodic table of elements, because it affects our man space. And so we have to look at the success of man space, because we have a body, we have cells in the body, 73 trillion cells or more. But we have limitations on our earth space. And there are enforcers. These enforcers enforce addiction. And then there are addictions that become the enforcers as well. So you need to pay the rent, you need to make the money. You're depressed, so you take drugs, and you need to make the money. But the drugs make you want to take more drugs. So now you have to make more money. And then in our society, we have a thing called spies. I often wonder, are there such things as kidney spies? Is the heart infiltrated with kidney spies? Is the leg infiltrated with kidney spies? spies? Or how about, is the brain infiltrated with leg spies? That's not what's happening. We never see that happen. Your body will never fight you. Does not compute. The spies don't compute. The kidney cells are in the kidney, the heart cells are in the heart, the brain cells are in the brain. They don't make a mistake. But there are toxin spies. And they don't come from us, they come from our environment. And then you have toxins such as food, which actually is a double spy, because the food is there to nourish you, but some people use those nourishments as a carrier for toxins as well. So this becomes a form of sabotage. But sometimes that sabotage is actually nothing more than incompetence. But either way, whether it's willful and skillful or whether it's happenstance, it means the soul is disconnected from the reality. Because the humanity will never hurt the humanity, and man will never hurt the man, because that's the universal law. So where is the impetus for this enforced addiction? And which addiction is the enforcer? I guess it depends on which one we're connected to. Well, are we all disconnected? Or do some of us choose the limits of our connection? So we say, oh, we were whole, we were born as babies, and we were healthy babies, but our physicality has become full of toxins. We have spies that give us toxicity, whatever kind, doesn't matter. And then our society has these vices. Of course, one of the vices called pornography involves sex, but sex involves reproduction of the human. So could we conclude that reproduction is a vice? I must confess, when I was a child, I thought so. How can the reproduction of humanity be pornographic? Doesn't make sense. Unless there's some kind of mind control. And how can we allow this mind control without our involvement? Because nothing that you are or feel emotionally can be done without your permission. So there's another vice, slavery. And slavery can take many forms. And then there's trafficking. And the trafficking can take many forms. But at the root of this evil is another vice, and that's the vice of money. And money is not the problem. It's the love of money that's the problem. And so it not only affects us physically, but it affects us emotionally. All of these vices together blot out our life-giving energies and diminish our capabilities. And so when we look at money as a currency, we find that there are other currencies. So guns, drugs, gold, and human trafficking are also currencies. And all 5 of these currencies are part of the global exchange system. They're interchangeable. And they're all currencies. So the enforcers are paid. But the enforcers that we see are humanity. And so this is a problem, isn't it? We have humanity killing humanity and humanity spying on humanity. But we don't have kidney cells spying on the heart. We don't have brain cells killing the kidney. It only has to do with toxicity. So that toxicity comes from without. It doesn't come from within. It doesn't come from our inner space. And when I say it comes from without, it doesn't come from outer space, because the energy from outer space comes from the universal community. And there's an ethos there and a morality. So it comes from somewhere else, doesn't it? It comes from the physicality. So the addiction enforcers, or the enforcers who enforce the addiction, are paid. That's their addiction. And someone's doing the paying. And so this becomes not only a currency addiction, but it becomes a wall. It becomes a wall between us and our reality. And we become addicted to this currency. And this propagates the vices. And it propagates the limitations of humanity. So when you're looking at the radiant you, and you see the ray emissions and the ray absorption, and you see that all of this done at light speed, it doesn't add up, does it? It doesn't add up to creation. It doesn't add up to the radiant you. And the radiant you has a gravitational stability, because from your gravitational plasmatic inner space, you can have this pole flipping, this magnetical gravitational pole flipping, where you have this vertical emission of magnetical plasma, and that magnetical plasma converts to a gravitational field force and is a feedback radiance. And so when you have this lust addiction, it has to do with stability, doesn't it? That's what we want, is to extend our life, to preserve our life on this planet. So when we're talking about lust addiction, what we're talking about is a selfish radiance. Because basically, you do the feeding and you feed back to yourself. And that becomes very limiting. And that's the problem. How do we raise the radiance inertia? How do we achieve this magnetical stability emanating from our gravitational stability, which you have to have this gravitational stability? And you go through the transition from the emotion of presence to the emotion of vision, and it affects your emotion of position. So when we look at this manifestation, we have to understand that all of these plasma feeding leads to this manifestation, and it could be tangible or non-tangible. And so that would be a physical reality. But we see that the emotion of presence is also a form artifact of this energy in motion at that manifestation point. And that manifestation point is a plasmatic reality. So the plasmatic reality of the soul of the physicality and the physical reality of the physicality is intimately intertwined. The key difference is that when we talk about physicality, that's materialization. That's a manifestation into the physicality. Any other manifestation is a manifestation from some transparency point. And any transparency point becomes a manifestation and another dimension. And so when we're searching for outer space, we have to travel in this reality dimension that travels between these various manifestation points. And we have the option of materializing into the physicality. We also likewise have the option of dematerializing. So we understand that there's different plasma dimensions of matter. There's the gravitational physical matter state, and then there's the magnetical matter gen plasma state. And we say that, well, the gravitational is the feeder and the magnetical is the feedback. And the gravitational is a higher energy state, but the physical is the lower energy state. And so now you understand it's a two-way street, and it has to take other things into account. And that's why when we look at the soul families, we see that there's a biodiversity of inanimate souls on this planet. And they're inanimate because there's a lot of inaction going on. But when we look at the vertical souls, we see the biodiversity. Lots of different plants. And the biodiversity of the horizontal souls, lots of different creatures. And we're part of this group also because we're on this planet and we're animate. But we have a diversity. And they're using this diversity against us. So the common denominator is that we're all souls of humanity. The diversity is the same as the soul of the body. Because the soul of the body has diversity. It has kidneys, it has hearts, brains, liver, pancreas, some toes. Lots of diversity. And it comes in colors. All humanity. And so we understand that this all creation is working with this plasma motion. The plasma motion is taking into account the field strength of the Earth space. And the combination of our space and the Earth space is this new field of inertia. And so that field of inertia can be in a physical plane or a plasmatic plane. It all depends on the susceptibility. But in order to maintain its mag-rav position, it has to give and take. And if it's given and taking, then it can give and take on the soul level. It can give and take on the solar physicality level. It can give and take on the physical level as well. And so we see these binding energy paths that create this Earth. This is our Earth space, and it's operating very nicely. It's absorbing energy through this gravitational attraction. In order to maintain its mag-rav position, it has to emit these magnetical field forces of repulsion. And it creates this field, this beautiful heaven on earth. And we lust for it so much. It becomes a lust-feeding inertia. And in many ways, it's very ugly. So if we look at the soul reference, we find it's the soul of the earth plus the soul of the earth body that's attracting the souls of the family of man, isn't it? And so there's a party going on. It's the soul of the earth body plus the souls of the family of man that attract the family bodies of man. We're part of that party. And so our soul, which is the essential you, is the interaction between this plasmagen state and this mattergen state. And it's the soul of the body that's a surrogate you. That's the interaction between the plasmagen state and the environment state, the earth space state, right? And our soul radiates between the various states. So the soul of man is radiating and encompassing the soul of the body and the soul of the earth. And the soul of the body is the inertia field between the soul of the man and the soul of the earth. And all of these are governed by the universal laws. But these universal laws have been perverted on this earth space, and it's enforced with our addiction and our lust. And so how do we reposition ourselves when the emotion is governing everything and the emotion is being enforced? So we'll have to look at the emotional position map and understand that our radiance transcends various dimensions. We know that because we exist. But there's a limit to what we can do in terms of transcendence. Because we're not prisoners on this planet. This planet is a prison planet. We didn't get arrested to come to this prison. We came here knowingly, willingly, happily. But what we see becomes an emotion of addiction. And we see it in so many different ways because it includes our ears and our nose and our mouth and our feedback from others. And so we have this addiction to our positioning and repositioning. Because we want to exist. We want to continue our life on this planet. But is that all we want? Is that why we came here? For our own selfish inspirations? To fulfill our addictions? Is that the knowledge we came here with? So we find that we came as babies and now we're adults. So we came with the knowledge and we gained more knowledge. And so we took what we needed and we give what we don't need. And we absorb more to enhance our souls. And that which we want is what we emit to enhance other souls. When you're addicted, is that what you want to enhance other souls with? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense unless you're addicted to something else. And so you become an enforcer because not only are you addicted, but you're also disconnected. And so we see this gene modification, which right off the top is something that is engineered. That means it's man-made. And in order to be man-made, sometimes we have to reverse engineer, which means we take the creator made and we tear it apart just so that we can figure out how it works. And so not only do we end up with modified crops, but we end up with modified humanity. And that modified humanity has a modified morality, doesn't it? But with the plasma science, we know with the modified crops that we can return them to the source. So by extension, we can return the humanity back to our source, or humanity doesn't want to kill humanity. The kidneys don't want to kill the hearts, and the lungs don't want to kill the liver. And the morality of life is for living, life is for learning, and life is for creating. And that's the source. And so we see that the embodiment of the soul has power. And we see that one of the currencies is money. And so we see that the more money we have, the more power we have. But you can always measure the true power by taking away the money, because the power is the power over money. And so that power, whether it has money or doesn't have money, still has the power over money. And so in that way, it becomes a ranking opinion. In other words, you have a rank, you have an authority, you have a rulership, a hierarchy. And the thing about this opinion is self-delusional. Because if you're of the humanity family, you can't be higher than any other in the humanity family. So the only way that you can have this hierarchy is in, what do we call it? The legend of your mind. And so we see that the perfect storm has certain traits, and we become very skillful in undermining, deceiving. And it's really handy when it's complemented with self-destruction. And it not only limits man and his progress, but it undermines our progress. And who wants that? Does humanity want that? And so we find that when we wound ourselves or when we cut ourselves, we heal. This is done naturally. And so the true power is when you are your own healer. So this is how we can achieve instantaneous travel. And we understand the reality dimension. When we don't lust for our selfishness, but we lust for love. The love of the Creator who created this planet, who created this universe. Of which we are a part of. And that love is so strong that it manifested into our physicality. And so as we understand these relations, we can look to travel to the moon and the travel to Mars. To get there, we have to go through outer space. And to understand that, we have to understand this humanity reference, where it's the soul of the earth body plus the souls of the family bodies of man manifest into the family bodies of man. And we are part of that. We are part of that. But the welcome mat is missing. That welcome mat is the on-ramp to the plasma highway. We're lost in space. We need to get our bearings. We need to understand that this pursuit of happiness is just a launch field failure. Because man has never launched a rocket into outer space. We just have to understand that the Earth space rules apply to inner space and outer space. We have to know what the rules are. And we have to understand that energy in a field is a binding force. Well, we can't do it at the expense of others, because we not only shortchange others, but we shortchange ourselves, because we're drawing energy from the weakest source. And we know that because our preference was Earth, not Mars. And we were born from this radiance. We were born using this outer space system, and it was born into our inner space, and it allowed us to manifest on this Earth space. So this Earth space is only halfway in our round trip. Where's the other half? Where's the other half? Where's this highway? Where's this plasma highway? In other words, we're looking for outer space, and we find that's not a place. Outer space is a relationship. It's between you and your radiance. And it's a method of energy transfer. Energy transfer is energy in motion. And this is all part of our lust for life, which comes from the dynamic soul plasma, which involves the soul of the Creator, the soul of the earth, the soul of the family of humanity, the soul of man, the soul of the body, the soul of the cells. Yeah, all the souls on the soul level. And this is where science of the soul meets the man for peace. So it's the soul of science and the soul of man. And has to understand the plasma science. And we have excitable visitors who've come to realize this. And we're trying to find out what dimension that they come from. And seeing as we've created this off-ramp, it seems that this off-ramp is their on-ramp. Well, where's our on-ramp? So we see that in order for us to maintain a magnetical stability, we have to cross the inner space peace bridge, because peace is inherently you. That's the on-ramp for the plasma outer space highway. And so we understand that the peace dome is just the inner space dome of the earth space. And we're patched into that. We know that because we're here. And so our magnetical gravitational field forces are overlapping the Earth's magnetical gravitational field forces. And they manifest into a plasmatic reality or a physical reality, or both. And the only way we can do that is to transcend the limitations of nuclear science. And we have to understand that although the speed of light is constant, it's constant on every plasma energy level. So the speed of light is not the speed limit. There is no speed limit. The governor, the speed limiter, is the morality, the compassion, and the courage that we have for our fellow man, our fellow organs, our humanity family. This is all part of the radiance of creation. So we want to get on this plasma highway, and we can do this a lot more efficiently than we have been in our man-made history. Because we're in the post-June 6, 2022 era where we have choices to look for that inner space of peace. And on April 28th, we talked about the lust for power and man's addictions. This is time for the world leaders to give up their addictions and reconnect their inner space to the true power of the emotion of knowledge. So join us this week. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teaching on plasma science, calling our all Earth space sweethearts. Make that conscious choice that you have already made in your dreamscape. There's a World Peace Treaty. You need to sign it. You need to sign it meaningfully, sincerely, with your heart, with a pen, and with your soul. So as we see the emotion of vision that allows the field of life choices free from boundaries or abuse. And an emotional position map, that's provided by the universal community. They are our travel guide. And so we see these earthbound addictions, they're just acquired. And they become our inner space emotional constructs. So it's this earthbound soul family that needs to go through this transformation, this physical and emotional enhancement. And this is a gravitational transformation. So we can accept and give this emotional knowledge, because that's a transmutation connection to that manifestation point. And it connects equally to the universal broadcast of the inner space of freedom The plasma outer space highway on-ramp is closed by your inner space selfish radiance. So understand the speed limit is unlimited, and the plasma science needs to continue to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the outer space age. That's the end of today's session, and thank you all very much. I hope you enjoyed the journey.
Thank you, Alex. Excellent presentation. Much to consider, much to think about, especially in the emotional end of it. I know Mr. Keshe said that we do understand how the emotion is created, and they're going to be putting it into robots and chips and things. So I think that was part of the AI question, but a very beautiful presentation. And as I say, there's so much to consider. I'm thinking maybe it'll become simpler once we start actually experiencing more of this on a regular basis. But we'll have to see. So let's open up the floor, and if anyone would like to make a point or stress something that question something that Alex has just presented. I'll just tell a quick bee story. We've seen Gianni working with the bees, a beautiful cutting out of nests, out of trees and everything else. I was working outside Friday, just outside the garage, and got out there, and all of a sudden this quite large yellow jacket starts flying around me, around my head, around my mouth. And I'm thinking, well, maybe it likes my deodorant. Or I was drinking coffee with honey in it as a sweetener. I said, maybe it's sort of tasting the honey in a way that I was breathing, but it was very close around my nose. And so I backed off into the garage. It seemed to go away. I came back out, and sure enough, it started to do the same thing. So I guess I wasn't trusting my soul, but I backed off. I think that was the second or the third time it followed me into the garage. And I said, this is very strange. I said, is this the time of breeding or something? Or maybe it made a nest close by and it was sort of warning me away. But it was much bigger than the regular yellow jackets you'd see. It was maybe 3 times the size or more. So the third time when I backed away, I said, I need something for this. And somehow it said, get the CH3 and the ZNO. So I did. I was thinking of Gianni, I guess, or it just came to me, the beautiful work he did with the honey and the bees and everything. Came back outside, sure enough, it starts flying around my head. I had a loose shirt on. I was thinking it's going to go up my shirt and get tangled up. So I took the zinc, and it was only in a small 4-ounce bottle. So a very something you could put in your pocket or in your purse or something. The bee was on the left side. I had the zinc on the right side. I sprayed one, and the way the wind was going, I could see this little field. It was drops, atomized moisture, but it landed, it encompassed the bee. And then the bee fluttered for a moment. It almost like had a misstep in its wings. I could see it. I thought it was shaking off the water or something. And then all of a sudden it flew away and didn't come back. Well, it did come back later on, but it was about 20 feet away from me. It wasn't bothering me at all. But that was the first time I had that. And normally that doesn't happen where they fly around your head, or I didn't know what was happening there, and it was much larger. So I didn't really trust my soul, but I didn't want to get stung in the face either. And that one spray of zinc, and it got trapped in the field, so to speak. I could see there was a little bit of a breeze, and that the moisture just went right around the bee. It fluttered its wings like it lost a step or tripped up, and it flew away. So that was my little bee story. And of course, Gianni has made another beautiful video a few months ago with the bees and the goat milk, and very similar results. More honey in a shorter time, and the goats produced more milk, and I believe it was sweeter as well. But that was my little bee story. So anytime you run into any bees, you may want to try the zinc. It seemed to work. Anyone else would like to bring up something that they just heard from Alex? And again, we understand how to create these emotions. So this is a quite, maybe we'll learn as well how to create some emotions we're not familiar with, or get that emotion generated up in a certain way. Again, there's many techniques I don't think that have been totally shared with us. I was thinking of the feeding as well, where he was answering a question, I think, and he talked about that we're not only able now to, or the foundation is, to create just a little bit of amino acids on the top. He said we're able to create lots of amino acids. So this may be another way. I know he said in the feeding system that they're offering, he indicated that it would take care of most of your needs. So perhaps this creation of the fat and the CO2, I know we talked about dipping a finger into it and getting the energy of one egg. Maybe we'll have a little cube of amino acids made out of the fields of the universe, means you're not harming anyone. This is the way the creator feeds. And perhaps that's another way, but he talked about creating a lot of fat. And apparently they found a way, or knew a way, how to do this. And this will probably be supplementing our feeding program, but I'm not sure. I just had heard him say that in the last workshop.
Mark, you've just made me remember, yesterday I was sweeping the sidewalk and there was a big moth that was, it was sort of hurt. It was on the sidewalk. I didn't sweep it. So I went inside, fetched a spray bottle with gans. And so I went out and sprayed it. And apparently it was hurt because it couldn't even sort of lift itself up.
Mm-hmm.
It was all crumpled up. And half an hour later, I went there and it had left. So it's survived and left. A big moth that's about the size of, half the size of my fist.
Wow. Yes, perhaps you boosted its energy or caused some sort of balance to occur.
Yeah,
where it continue
exactly.
on the next leg of its trip. So that was amazing for me with the bees. That was the first time I've really ever, I don't have any problem with bees.
Well, the other experience I have, I've got wild cats around my place. There are about 8 of them. And they don't, they're not afraid. They just stare at me. I can be about a meter away and they won't bother. Now, if I really go towards them, yes, they'll sort of shoo away. But if not, they'll just sort of stare at me. I can walk past or do whatever I'm doing, and they're there.
Yeah, perhaps they sense the fields. Again, animals.
Yeah,
are
or I
much-
would say they
yeah.
can see your aura, and they can sort of sense they won't, you won't aggravate them or shoo them away or whatever.
Yes, and when they're fed plasmatically, I mean, they won't even kill the lamb or the small
And
things that they would normally take.
I'm not fond of feeding cats because if you feed them once, you've had it. You never get rid of them. So they're just stray cats that are in the street, and they sort of around in the garden or on the sidewalk and fool around all day.
Yeah, this is the lion laying down with the lamb, or our soul
Yeah.
physicality laying down with the soul of the man, but he's even extended it to the lions in Africa or wherever else they are.
Am I the lamb or am I the lion?
Well, apparently you have an aspect of both.
Mark,
Yes.
a lot of us have gone on the feeding with the creator.
Okay.
And I ran into a couple of problems I just want to mention because I've talked to others and then they've had the same problem. The one of the remarkable things was that we were able to salivate. And some people salivated more than others to the point that they were drooling. And I think that now explains to us why sometimes babies drool. And so I think it has a lot to do with the creation of saliva in their mouth and the volume that it has. So that was just one comment. But the other thing that I had a comment about was that I felt a balancing within my brain, that the two hemispheres coming together more in a balanced state. And as I say, I'm referencing my own personal observations. What I noticed the next day was that food tasted different. Now, years ago, I used to smoke. And when I quit smoking, I ran into a problem, and that is the food started to taste really good. And, it's a problem that beer drinkers don't have and smokers don't have because the drinking and the smoking affects their taste buds. And
Flu sufferers as well. Those who suffer from the flu can lose their sense of taste, can't they?
Yeah, but I mean, it affects the quality of your taste buds, and it comes to mind, for instance, wine tasters, they're very careful about their taste buds because they want to discern the subtle nuances of the different varieties of wine.
The full bouquet.
Yeah, all that stuff,
And all that other talk.
Well, do you remember that commercial with that tuna fish? I don't want to name him, but he was always dismayed that the fishing fishermen never caught him.
Mm-hmm.
Because he had good taste, and they just told him, look, it's not your good taste, it's how you taste good. And he was, he prided himself on being a very classy fellow. So, taste is all in your mouth. And this was the thing that I brought up this subject was that when I quit smoking, and this was like over 30 years ago, I ran into a problem because the food started to taste really good. So I haven't had this problem.
You wanted more of it.
Yeah, but I haven't had this problem for years. And what came to my mind was I had an Indian friend who told me about a habit that people have there is what they call tongue scraping, and that is to scrape the back of their tongue because the back of the tongue becomes a point of elimination, toxicity elimination. And they scrape the tongue because it contributes to bad breath. Not the only reason for bad breath, but I'm just saying it is a major contributor. And so they adopted this part of their hygiene process. And so I learned something from my Indian friend about this, but I never paid attention to it until after I got back from the feeding with the creator, dining with the creator thing, was because I noticed that the food started to taste very good. And I thought, well, wait a second. I didn't scrape my tongue. I didn't quit smoking. And I definitely don't drink beer. So I said, what's wrong? And I checked my tongue and it was very rosy pink. I mean, very rosy pink. Like I've never seen it this rosy and this pink. And so I have come with another problem. Like I need more problems, right? So this problem was that the food started to taste outstanding. And I'm not a very good cook. So, I don't claim to be a good cook. But frankly, since dining with the Creator, I have not had breakfast, and for me, breakfast has been a very important meal. So I guess I'm like a lot of people. I've cut down on my food consumption by 60 to 70%. But I got a real problem in the food that I do eat. Wow, does it ever taste good? And so I found myself not eating because I was hungry, but because I was craving for this flavor, this lust for food. And so I realized at that point that I'm addicted to food. And, it really brings home, the endeavor that we're going to have come this Friday, April the 28th, where we're going to have to deal with the addictions.
The
And each of
addiction of
us,
killing. Yes.
yeah. And, it's part of the good things in life, isn't it? I mean, I enjoyed going to a restaurant. I enjoy going with company, socializing, and I enjoy the relaxing time that I have with a meal. And I enjoy the flavor, and we all know that there are short order cooks and gourmet cooks, and it becomes what they call a culinary art. But you know what? We're gonna have to stop this. And I quit smoking cold turkey, what they say. I quit overnight.
Right.
And because I changed my motive, you see. The motive for smoking, and I was really dismayed because I enjoyed smoking, but the emotion of how disgust that I felt for who I was giving the money to. Once I found out who I was giving the money to, that was a stronger emotion than the desire to smoke. So it was no problem for me to quit smoking. And so I'm going to have to lean on that to quit eating, because I'm also older, and so I'm more addicted, and that addiction is more ingrained, if you will. And I'm trying, but
It's a process. That's all. It's a process.
well, it's becoming apparent that we're going to have to do this sooner or later. And as I say, it's one of the good things in life, but from our point of view, not from the animal that is slaughtered for our benefit.
Right. He said they're understanding the minerals and the other things, the metals and so on. So that will give you energy for 24 to 48, along with some emotions. I think that will be included too. He was addressing Peter and I think the workshop before last. And again, it's about feeding the soul. He said, it's good you're doing this work, but, and there's a lot to it. This is one of the reasons that you can make a feeding cup, but you're still going to eat because you're not bringing in the full spectrum. Now, he said, with the metals and everything, and this is what's helping us to perfect the system, is us going in like you're doing and interacting and providing feedback to see where they're short or what corrections are needed to be made in the system.
Yeah, so I'm eating less, but I've actually been putting on weight.
Okay.
So
I don't think that's the problem.
I have more energy, and the most important thing for me, I'm mentally sharper, and I think I can translate that into actually being, can I say, biologically younger? I know that the plasma science will make us younger. It'll increase our physical and emotional vitality. There's no question about it. And I'm experiencing that firsthand. I just I'm impatient. I look in the mirror and I wish I was 20 again. Thanks, Mark.
Yeah,
Can I say something now?
of course. You don't have to ask, just come in.
Hi everyone. Like 2 months ago, I was thinking about the hunger, and then I went to sleep with that thought in my brain. So whole night, I think so. Sometimes it happen whole night. We are like dreaming, but at the morning we don't know what kinds of dream we had. Like those kinds of things happen to us, right? So
Always.
same thing I felt early in the morning. So and suddenly I think the new thought came to my mind is like it's not only emotion. When we think, we lose energy, and that's why we get hungry. I felt that. I felt that is the answer for the hunger, not only emotion. Our monkey mind all the time thinking about this, that. Sometimes normal thought, and sometimes lot of thought, right, is happening all the time. Our
It's
mind
working
generating
all the time, and 100% of the brain is working. Yes.
right. So that is the hunger. We are losing energy that way, and that's why we get hungry. I felt that. I don't know that is the real answer, but that morning I felt that was the answer. And then later I'm thinking about that, and then I remember when I was in the school, college, that time I used to be, when my math exam was near, I'm doing a lot of math. That time I felt hungry a lot. So there is a sign, maybe
It's a
the answer
need.
is,
A need
yeah,
for energy. I think that's what how Mr. Keshe put it. You're short
yeah,
of energy, and it reflects in the hunger.
yes. I felt that is the answer. Our constant thinking. We need to think less, maybe, to get less hunger.
Well, he seemed to indicate by changing the salinity in the plasmatic water that you're creating, Alex mentioned saliva, you can absorb different fields. Again, I haven't mastered it, but I've reduced the eating, but I'm also trying to absorb fields to complement that loss of eating. And so far it's working. I mean, 3 to 9 is my usual time. And if I start at 5, then I go to 11. I give myself a 6-hour window. But again, it makes a more peaceful man, and it makes a healthier man. And of course, when you're eating, you're absorbing that fear and anger, because that soul did not want to be taken out of its structure any more than you want to be taken out of your structure. So it might be the best banana you've ever seen, but there's a fear and an anger component that comes with it, a small amount. But some from the banana, some from the nuts, some from the turkey, some from the chicken, some from the beef. And before you know it, you've got more fear and anger than you wonder where it came from, especially the fear. And I know Mr. Keshe said they'll be developing something to reduce this fear factor that we all seem to have about losing, and whether we will return or come back or what have you. So that's definitely interconnected with the killing. Even if you're not directly doing the killing, you're still doing the eating part of it.
And we are talking about the saliva.
Yes.
Do you remember one day in your this show, I was talking to the, what is that, the Italian girl?
Oh, Stefania.
Stefania. I told her I put some grain in your tongue. Do you test that? Do you remember?
I don't
Because
remember that. I remember Gianni saying soldiers used to keep a bag of seeds with them, and they could put one under their tongue for energy, not actually eat it, but just absorb the fields that was radiating off it.
I think so. In your recording, somewhere is there.
Sure.
At the end of the recording. So why I told her to that, because when I was a little girl, I used to play a lot of stuff by myself, experiment. So I used to try to think I have sour stuff in my tongue, the tamarind. So when I thought I have a tamarind in my mouth, so suddenly it get watery and soury.
Right.
And sometimes I thought I put some sugar or some kinds of sugary stuff, sweet stuff, and then I used to feel sweeter. So that's why I know if we thought deeply about that thing, we put in our mouth, and suddenly we get the saliva, and the taste is like whatever we thought, those kinds of soury things, soury, if you think sour. And then if you think sugary, it feels sweet. So I know that we can make. So that's why I play with the Stefania that day.
Yeah, no, he said you can definitely imagine something and believe it's in your stomach or in your intestines, and it will produce the same effect as if you had eaten something. It would absorb energies from the outside. So
Yes.
it can be done. Again, there's probably a few more techniques we need to learn about it, but it definitely can be achieved. I don't know if we'll go to 100%, but he said this feeding program would take care of most of your feeding needs. Hopefully it works 100% with the lion and the tiger.
Maybe someday.
I always wanted to be able to walk up to one and interact in a way, but you could interact from a distance, but something about being close without the fear of the bee. So yes, I think we'll see many beautiful things start to happen in this whole realm. Go ahead, Selena.
No, we are adding everything together. If whatever we know, a little bit me, little bit you, and then somebody else, we are making something greater.
And nobody's wrong and no one's 100% right.
Right.
And we're all absorbing. That's the other interesting part, Mr. Keshe said about it. We're all unique, absorbing different fields from the universe, creating different emotions, creating different intelligence and different understanding. So when I try to force my way of thinking onto others, I don't think that's correct, because they perhaps can't see it from my position, because everyone has a slightly different position that may not be good, but collectively it's even better, because again, we have this broad spectrum of fields when we're giving from the soul. Or perhaps we can feed each other. I think there's some amazing things that are going to be revealed in the very near future, or at least within the next number of years. Things that we could have never imagined could be done with this technology.
Yes.
Because if you're not eating, or you're eating less, but the rest of the family wants to eat a lot, it doesn't make a good arrangement. If we can all get on the same sort of, again, we're not saying to stop eating completely. You can't do that. It has to be a process. But this is why he's saying it's going to be extended to everyone equally, the feeding and the knowledge and so on. It's not just going to be one country has it and the others don't. Maybe initially it'll start that way, but I think it's going to be spread rather rapidly across the planet. starting in China, which is an excellent test of over 1 billion people.
Yeah, yeah. There is a point. I don't want to talk about that. But I can tell a little bit now. Do you know what? I feel we are 100% programmable. So there is a lot of stuff you can do by programming your mind, maybe. That's it.
Yeah. And certainly the soul has, we didn't even know the soul existed, really. I mean, we heard of a soul and this and that, didn't know where it was or whether it was here or there, but now we're understanding a whole bunch more about this this chap that is so powerful that it can move the physicality into whatever position it wants it to be in as a commitment to the other souls. That's another revelation. You think you went to the store at that particular time for that particular reason, you needed milk or you needed something else, but he said over 50% of the time the physicality is moved by the soul to go into a certain position to create a balance or to learn something. And this is a commitment of the souls to one another. Very interesting. So all that's going on the plasma dimension, on the energy dimension, and the soul of physicality is just going along like it's running the show.
Yes, we'll talk a lot of thing later, not now.
For sure.
Maybe not. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think this move is going to be another expansion, another step in the expansion of the knowledge of the foundation as it starts to reach more and more. And beautiful that it's interwoven with the BRICS, because this is a many nations grouping together. So it'll easily flow through the nations. And we'll have to see how China and the leadership responds, but it looks like it's a plan has been developed and is going forward. And again, first we said 24 months we'll have a man on the moon. Now it might be a little longer, perhaps 2 to 5 years, or 3 to 5. I'm not exactly sure what he mentioned, but it's all in progress. And again, for someone who's been walking on the planet for 1,000 years, a year or two, thousands of years, a year or 2 or 3 or 5 is just a month or so in time, as I understand it. Anyone else have something they'd like to share here?
Well, I should like to tell you guys about my experience with a Bengal tiger.
Well, you're still breathing, so everything's
absolutely.
Okay.
I was called by when I lived in Thailand, by some people that had raised a Bengal tiger that had been injured as a cub. And they raised this thing and they were having problems with it as it was, getting to be full size. So the word around there was, if you have any injured cats, you go see. I was called the cat man. So they called me over, and everything's done through interpretation because these guys couldn't really speak English. So I said, well, first of all, if I'm going to do anything with this animal, where is he? Well, we have him in his house. So, well, what's his house? Well, it says this huge big cage. I said, okay. And I said, what about feeding? Has he been fed? No, you're going to feed him. I said, okay, you mean he's that tame? Well, sometimes he gets pretty owly and he growls and he just does his cat thing. I said, okay, well, first of all, if I'm going to do anything with this animal, I said, I want everybody out of the place. I want to sit there in front of his cage and I want to talk to him. And so cats are very telepathic. So on a soul-to-soul level, I understand this now. I sat in front of that cage and I looked into that animal's eyes and we just had a little conversation. Just peace, just absolute total peace. I'm going to come in there. I'm going to check you out. I'm going to see what's wrong with you. What's really bothering you. And then I agree and you agree. We're just going to be two peaceful beings. I go in, I feed him his bottle of milk. And I mean, he was standing there and I got my arm around him and giving him his milk. I go back out. And then the other people come in and this one gentleman comes in and this cat went absolutely, totally back to his animal instinct of attack. And in an instant, I knew what was wrong. This man who'd been looking after this Bengal tiger from cub, Tiger had basically told me when I was in the cage, there's a bad man here.
Abuse.
Exactly. I don't want to eat him. He didn't want to eat him, but he knew he could because he lived with humans for so long, right, that he knew it. But I'll tell you something, the majesticness of looking into that animal's eyes and being right with him, you never, ever forget the majesticness of the power that you're feeling of nature and commitment to peace. Like I summoned, and the funny thing was, the people that owned the place had set a camera up to record everything that I did. Well, it blew up. It just didn't work. So I take that as that was supposed to be a soul to soul remembrance. It was never supposed to be recorded for the physicality. So we can lay down with the lions and lions can lay down with a lamb. It's just a matter of the timing of the piece of the energy.
Yeah, because you're not dealing with a house cat here. You're dealing
Nope.
with something.
You're not dealing with your little tabby.
Yeah, no, I
Yes.
remember there was a tiger that escaped somewhere in the United States, and apparently it snuck into a barn. And I guess the police were there, but he said that one of the officers was saying that the roar of this tiger was so loud and so frightening, he was scared just hearing the roar. And apparently, I don't know if you heard that at all, Randy, maybe not in your interaction, but they have a penetrating loud.
Oh yes. Oh, I've heard lions in the wild. There's another part of Thailand where they have this. It's literally an open zoo where there's just huge cages and they roar. And when that lion roared, it was just we were in the car and the windows were down just a little bit. It was almost deafening. Almost deafening the vibration. So no wonder they call it the king of the jungle. 5 miles away you can hear it roar.
Yeah.
So we have a
just
lot to learn
amazing.
from.
Yeah.
We have a lot to learn from our animal friends because they are family. They've got 4 legs, we've got 2.
No question. And if you satisfy them, they're not going to, there's no need for them to kill to eat. I think it'll
Exactly.
be the same with us. We're not quite there yet, but again, the systems are being developed for us and we're moving in the right direction. You can't just stop completely eating. It's a process. I've noticed my food bill is down as well, at least 50%. And then when I do eat, it is more almost like a sacred experience than it was before. I wasn't a big waster, but now I'm really trying not to waste. Almost nothing is being wasted anymore. And again, I wasn't so much into the taste. It's just for the energy. And he mentioned that too, Alex. I think he said, do we need to give you the taste of the banana? Because you might taste it as, I might taste it as sour, you might taste it as sweet. So do we just need to deliver the energy? And this is what I think is going to be delivered, the energy. Although he did say the headphones, these tabletop units would give you, the ones we're using now, the ones that come with your phone, are not capable of handling the full spectrum of the plasma. So he said with the headphone unit, you'll actually have the taste of the banana. But again, maybe on a mass scale, everyone won't have those headphones, but they'll still be able to absorb the energy of the banana. Maybe without the taste, or you supply the emotion for the taste. that was also mentioned at one point. Yes, Alan.
Mark, taste is acquired, and we kind of train ourselves as to what tastes flavorful to us. And the reason it is, there's an energy that's associated with that particular food that we're craving. And so it seems like the soul has processed this and understands this. We, in our physicality, in our limited understanding, we just say, well, that food tastes good. But I'm very sure that the soul is saying, yeah, it tastes good because that's what we want. So everyone's taste is different because they have different needs. And that becomes the key to the palate, if you will, or the menu. You eat what you want, and you want what you need. This is the difference between gorging, where you come to a buffet and you want to eat everything because you can. So we need to be more discerning. So I think the thing is, I'm at the point now where the food tastes so good that I'm 100% sure that I'm not eating because I need to eat it, but I'm eating what I want to eat. So this is so actually my menu is really cut down, but what I need to graduate to is eating for the sake of fulfilling the hunger, not just eating for the sake of having something in my mouth and having the taste. It's like every addiction, whether it's alcohol or smoking or eating or extra sugar in your coffee, or in fact coffee. Oh, that'll be a challenge, won't it?
Yeah. I know the last workshop he said, if you're happy with your alcoholism, we're happy to make you man of the universe. I don't know exactly what that means, but as far as what you were saying, getting what we want is not always wanting what we get. So I think there's still a lot to learn here, and it's more in the energy dimension rather than in the taste of it.
Oh, that's a really good point you brought up, Mark. It has to do with a painkiller, or let's call it a sensory deadener. So why do people drink? So like one of the things, for instance, could be a breakup in a romance, right? That's a good reason. We need a reason to drink, right? Well, we won the championship, so that's a good reason to drink. Or it's a weekend, it's a May 24 weekend. Yeah, that's another reason to drink. Or
you don't even need a reason.
Well, when you're addicted, it's handy to have a reason, because then you don't have to admit that you're addicted. Like that's the whole fallacy that's going on there. But if you're actually drinking and enjoying it, I could see that point. But we know what it does with respect to our physicality, and I mean, I enjoy the odd drink, and I have no problem with it. But it's definitely cut down from what I used to. And one of the things that I did when I was a teenager, because we all know about the peer pressure, and there was a time when the bragging rights were how much you couldn't remember from the weekend. Oh, I got so drunk I don't remember anything. I must have had a really good time. I guess you did. You were passed out on the floor and everybody was stepping over you. That's you really had a good time. But this is the kind of thing that we're brainwashed into accepting. And as Selena said, we get to be programmed. Well, only because we allow it. So the programming that we have is back to the origin, back to the soul. shall we say, the return to sender. And this is what we have to understand and take that into account. So once we become aware of it, I'm confident of two things. I'm confident that I can stop this habit because it's a new habit and I wasn't aware of it. And I just became aware of it when I was eating, and I said, well, I'm not even hungry. Why am I eating? And I've been trying to analyze it, and then I figured it out. I enjoyed it. So, I just have to try and restrict myself to the point where I'm eating because I need to eat. But the second point I want to bring up is I think, if we can overcome our addictions, which is what Friday's session is all about, I'm of the belief that someone is going to be able to transmute. The addiction is the limiting factor, and the addiction is tied into our morality.
Well, he did say, Alex, it's not about your addiction to gambling or sex or what have you. It's your addiction to food and killing. And he also mentioned air on this planet. And he was going into that part about the guru who could position himself in different positions and breathe the air and feed himself. But he said, guess what? There's no air on the moon for you to pull that trick. I know the first day, the first Sunday that we went through that session, I don't care if you, and I hadn't eaten since the Saturday afternoon before. If you put the biggest plate of my favorite food in front of me, I would have walked away from it. It wouldn't have no interest in it. That's how much energy apparently was put in, or I received, that everything was positive and there was no even thinking about eating. So I think it depends on, as he said, the more energy he puts in these systems, you'll meet your own soul. I mean, he was referring to that in the universal body enhancement system. So again, as these systems get developed with the minerals or in the metals and so on, you'll be able to go 24, 48, 72 hours under the same thing. It's a process. I don't think we're going to stop completely immediately. This is a working process, or a work in process, or a process in work.
So one thing we know for sure is that when we go to sleep, we have eaten before we go to sleep, and in the daytime. Okay. So maybe a couple of hours before, or maybe just an hour before. I think it's good for us to have at least a couple of hours after supper before we go to sleep. But anyway, the point being is that during sleep, we're not eating. And also during sleep, we're not going to the washroom. So in that time, our soul gets to travel. And so I think these early transmutation excursions that we're going to have are going to be within that earthbound time frame. Because I think if we go beyond that, we're going to have to deal with the situation because, well, now that I think about it, maybe that's not going to be the case, because the waste could also dematerialize, right?
Well, he said at one point that if the soul went out and collected it, I think it does at night when we're sleeping, but he said that the soul could go out and gather enough energy that you wouldn't have to eat for 1,000 years. Remember when he talked about the animal that just kills once per year and that's enough? But apparently we can go out and absorb these energies. The soul will feed the physicality, but it needs to learn how to do that, as I understand it.
Yeah, I was a little bit more concerned with the waste aspect of it. And then now that I've given that thinking about it, because
less and less.
Well, something is always something as opposed to something else. So it has a what do you call it? Materialization, dematerialization component. Magnetical gravitational field forces can affect its physicality. So I think all of that becomes kind of taken care of automatically. So I don't think we need to take a washroom with us in the universal enhancement units.
Right, people will be going on these short excursions for 2 days or 3 days to the moon and Mars, perhaps a week trip. And again, you won't take any food or medicine with you for that trip.
But I'd like to ask you a question.
Yes. Can I reserve the right not to answer?
Well, I guess you're an American, right?
Go
You
ahead.
have a fifth, plead the fifth. So you understand that some of these enhancement units can be cargo units, right?
Oh, yeah, for freight, yep.
These cargo units seem to be the same size as the regular units. What's your opinion? How does that affect the volume and the mass of the cargo?
Well, at one point in time, he said that we don't even need a delivery system. He said the product would just appear at your doorstep. So I think, but maybe they'll go through this, again, moving cargo physically, I'm not sure. I think those ships can expand or shrink up. And again, the weight won't make a difference, whether it's 1 pound or 1,000,000 pounds. That's just my way of looking at it. I think they can expand to become larger on their own, or they can accommodate whatever size of material you need to put in there to be delivered. It's just the way I'm seeing it at this point.
Yeah, and would you say
Explain more, please.
Mm-hmm.
Explain more, please.
Well, would you be able to send one package, or would you be able to send multiple packages? And you know, I know this kind of sounds silly, but you know, we have nothing to reference it to. But you know, ships like the cargo ships, they will carry cars, and so we won't need the cargo ships. So if our ships could carry one package, and if that one package were to be a car, which seems kind of redundant, but could it be more than one car?
Of course. Do you remember that Tennessee Tuxedo and Mr. Whoopi? That was a cartoon. Mr. Whoopi was the professor. And when he needed a board, he'd pull out this small board out of his pocket, like a whiteboard, but then he'd just stretch it out to full screen with his hands or something. So I think that's the way the ships will accommodate whatever you need to put in them. So it's almost like having the spaceship in your pocket and you can pull it out. Mr. Keshe mentioned this ball. We covered a little bit of that, about this ball that you could take into space for feeding, for fire, for whatever you need. It's all in there. He said this ball would become very important to you in space. And he talked about this, I think, in the first Lintz exhibition center, about these balls. That would give you access to knowledge that you could tap into. You'd keep it in your pocket. But I think you can expand it into any size or shape you need. It has no limitation.
Maybe you don't need anything.
Exactly. You may not, as he said, we can deliver from manufacturing to point of destination without Amazon or the rest.
In my country, most of in my time, most of marriage happened like the arranged marriage. Parents choose the husband for daughter. Yeah. So that's happened to me too. So I was going to college that time. I was very young. I started college 2 years. I did college in there. So suddenly my parents choose my husband, and then they prepare to the marriage happen. So when I heard the news, so suddenly my whole world upside down.
You mean
So
when you
I
heard
was
you were going to get married
yes.
from a second party? Oh my.
Yeah, and then the very big change in your life. You are going to college and you have friends, you have a different dream, and now everything is different. We're going to be different. So that time I used to I stopped my college that time, and then those days be like a 15-20 or month, like that, those kinds of time, I used to sleep a lot in the dark room, and I didn't eat that much. When my mom or anybody push me to eat, then I used to eat, and most of the time I used to sleep in the dark room day and night, try to do that. So those time
you didn't want to see the reality or something. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking what is going to be happen. This is big change. I don't know their family, what is going to be happen there, and this and that, and yeah, suddenly it's happening. So that time I had a lot out of body. Those days I used to sleep in the dark room, and when I go to the in the bed, right away I out of my body. Most of the time it's happened to me. So traveling thing, I now I examine those things. Is like when is my stomach is empty or less food, and it is dark, I can go out of my body pretty easily. And so when I go out of my body, used to be a lot. Now I'm busy this and that with that, so it's less. I don't give time to do that. But other thing happen. I talk sometimes about those. So
yes, this is what Mr.
When
Keshe said. Yeah, go ahead.
When I went out of body, sometimes I think so I'm in earth. Sometimes I don't know, maybe different place, not in earth, maybe. If it is outside of our earth, I don't think so we need food. I didn't get hungry those times. I didn't feel hungry, and I felt lighter, and I can see 360-degree everything together, left, right, up, down, back, front.
Yeah.
And then there is a lot of experience. So that's why
That's
told
the
a lot of
soul.
them.
Mr. Keshe said your soul is like a scout. It can see ahead, it can see behind, it can see just what you said, 360 degrees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there is no hunger, there is no thirst. So you don't need anything. That is the point. That's it.
Thank you, Selena. Please come.
You know, when you watch a movie or a TV show, one of the things that the actors never do, they never watch a movie or watch a TV. The point I just want to add to what Selena said, I was trying to think in my dreams if I ever dreamt about eating something or drinking something, and I just can't recall that that's ever happened. So it just the only thing that I give attention to is the activity and those that I'm having the activity with. And another characteristic, and again, this is just my own personal thing, everyone that I interacted with is human-like. Well, not even, weird looking. It's just, like a normal human that you see by walking on the street, and no zombies or
Right.
she wolves or something like that. Not happening.
And that's the way the soul is sending it back, so you can understand it. Just the way he said about, you interact with your mother who died 20 years ago. You see the picture of your mother because if you just saw the energy, you wouldn't understand it. And
Yeah.
probably the soul doesn't want to scare you as well, that you are having nightmares or other things. So perhaps it changes that, and some of that gets filtered through the brain so you understand a bit of the dream.
Exactly. Yep. I agree.
Yes, that is the thing. Yes.
So this is quite an amazing chap that we're all carrying around in us, and that is going to create another universe, another solar system, another galaxy, another Unicos, perhaps.
Yeah, and that chap is not addicted. Well, when I say
Well,
not
it's addicted to the energy of the universe, I believe.
it's addicted to love.
And as we know, I remember Mr. Keshe saying there's no love in space. He says it's called giving. So you can take that as you'd like. Elias has put in the chat, perhaps when we were talking about the cargo, perhaps the question can be phrased, quote, how large a plasmatic bubble we can create to envelop the material we wish to transmute and transport. I wouldn't see why you would need cargo. If we can transmute objects, we can transmute people. Why would you need any sort of cargo system? But maybe, again, through a process, we'll develop into moving away from we are going to move away from the polluting of the cargo ships, but there may be some intermediary steps. As he said, we're going to accommodate everyone that wants to travel in the physicality or with the soul of the man.
Yeah, before Dean comes in and grabs onto that hook, I just want to say that I think there's a difference between transmutation within the Earth space and transmutation between other heavenly bodies. So I think the cargo part of it would be having to do with the transmutation on Earth. And if you're going, let's say, to Mars, you're not going to carry the cargo with you. Well,
yeah, he did say on the moon we couldn't carry the copper, the cement, the bricks, or any of it. It'd have to be created. And he said, we have to teach you how to create these walls and energy systems for creating walls out of energy. And these walls will feed you, no question. I mean, this is my understanding at this point.
Yeah, what I just said is based on another thought that I had that has to do with the fact that I think we can do the creation of physical structures if we're actually thinking in those terms, that those could be done on a plasmatic basis, as opposed to carrying a physical structure here. Like, what's the difference? The difference is if we build a structure on Earth and move it to someplace else, then we have to carry it. But if we go to another planet, we're not going to carry that structure. We don't have to build it on Earth to carry it. We can create it on the other environment. I'm differentiating between the two, but maybe that's a wrong approach as well. So we're into unknown technologies here as far as I'm concerned.
Can I say something now? Long time ago, I told one about one thing. Like I was meditating that day. So I already told you, I think so you have the recording. I was meditating and then suddenly I felt I'm in space, I'm flying. I'm moving everywhere and I'm seeing the earth from up. So I saw, suddenly I saw like a desert, the sandy desert. So I saw there is a lake, like a drop shape, eye drop shape, like an egg shape, those kinds of shape is a lake. I'm looking from up, very high places. So suddenly I saw a small cotton ball, is like when we put makeup and then we have to clean with a small cotton ball, small cotton ball. Those kinds of stuff is coming from everywhere into the lake. So I came down, little bit down. So then I say, though the cotton ball is a little bit bigger size, and then I felt those are souls, lot of souls, thousands souls. And the lake water was like silvery, shiny, the water. And then after I talked about those things in your show, a long time ago. And then after that, I was thinking about that thing. And suddenly it came to my mind, the silvery water maybe is not the water, maybe it is ship, some kinds of. And the soul, the cotton ball, the soul getting the leg is not leg, is going to the ship. Now this day, I don't know why I'm thinking that. We are talking about the big company, private company. They are talking about people taking out out of space and this and that. I don't know. There is a link. The ship parked in the desert, maybe taking soul somewhere.
Again, I think we'll be talking about a lot of things we experienced and places we went and come back to Earth and share it with the others. And maybe we'll have a clearer understanding of what some of these things mean. Again, the soul sometimes has to interpret it so the brain can understand it, so you can see part of it. This is my understanding. So
yes, we don't know, but we're trying to fix the puzzle.
yeah, it's a very large puzzle, and as he said, it takes a lot of understanding to master, to become a passenger in a way of the universe full time, I guess. But there is a lot of understanding because there's many situations we haven't. But apparently the soul has the totality in it, and it knows where to go, what to eat, what to share, even with meeting people, as he said in the other workshop there about walking down the street, you see this person or that person, you categorize them in space, you're going to know exactly the intentions of the other soul and what they need or what they'd perhaps like to give you. So this may become less of a puzzle as well. You'll have that knowledge, and I'm sure they will have knowledge about you as well. But we'll start to experience this in the upcoming period, I'm sure. Anyone else want to add anything before we close? I just thought I don't know if Gianni wants to share anything else. If he's still here, this is one of the pictures. I'll just share the screen for a moment, Alex. There, this must have been, I don't know if this is the World Peace Treaty that they all have in their hand, perhaps. I don't know if you can see this, but I see Gianni here.
Yes, Mark.
It
Yes.
it is the World Peace Treaty.
Yes, yes.
Okay, okay, very good. Just amazing. This very simple document is the document that the world leaders will be signing, the religious leaders, and so on and so forth. So feel free to share it and increase the field strength of the others by seeing your actions. I think many, many people are wishing for peace, but they don't believe it's possible or it could ever happen. So by you talking about it, you can increase, or posting this somewhere, handing them something like this, that they can be part of the change. Because I think it's this collection of us, when we reach a certain number, things will manifest in a more a way we can all see it. But it's going to take a tipping point until enough people start to give from their souls to create this. And he said we could do it in 1 second, but then it would be magic. And he wants mankind to do this process. And that way it's not anything mysterious anymore. Even the ball he was talking about, he said that it's going to be so fantastic that they could build a temple around it, and that'll be the next god or something. So again, this is beyond our imagination of what is in store. And many of these systems, as he said, are already developed and just put aside until it's time to take them out. Anyone else want to share something, add something, question something?
Good evening, Mark. It's Dean here. I can add something.
Oh, Dean, Alex said you were going to take the hook. You got it.
Yeah, thank you, Alex.
I got you, brother.
Yeah, you always do. The situation that you spoke about earlier, where you know, the conditions and the environment, the location, time, place, and position of what is to follow with the you know, the exhibition and the location of the centers around the planet Earth. Does it really matter where they go? Once the technology and once people, and we've already started to experience this through the mobile applications, people are starting to, you know, experience connecting on a soul level without a mobile system. They're literally doing it through you know, daily and hourly connections on a soul level.
And they're already connected, aren't they? We just heard that how much they're working together.
All the time, of course. Everything's connected.
Their commitment is to the other souls to bring certain physicalities into certain places, times, and positions, so something can be balanced or you can learn something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's so this is what I find. If the script is already written and we can interact with it in any moment, in any way we so choose, and you can create the sphere. And I noticed in the chat, Anna spoke about you know, putting the materials or something within it and creating the, you know, the space dome
bubble. Yeah.
Yeah, the bubble. Yeah. Well, that's once we get into you know, the next element of plasma, it's, you know, the matter state becomes irrelevant, because you can create a condition and place in it anything that you can, you know, you think of, you want to create and interact with. So it's an energy pack that has no mass as such, no weight, other than when it's in a particular environment. And so it's going to be very easy to, to manifest materials and others wherever you choose to. We already know this is a universal condition, and the beginnings of it were in the matter state with the exhibition and lots of other places that the foundation operates from, and where it physically is a good show for humanity and others to experience it. But we know ultimately it has no presence other than to be, a teaching tool, an application for us to, to create a condition where humanity elevates and understands, what the true essence of, the soul is, that soul aspects of themselves. So for me, and we know this within the magnetic and gravitational fields of the planet Earth, in these slowed down fields, and then once you actually leave this sphere, then it becomes a different matter state, a different condition, another environment. And depending upon your thoughts and aspirations and wishes of what part of the canvas you want to reappear or pop up in or be part of, is for you to create. You are the captain of your ship, as Mr. Keshe said, and for many, your creation is very, very unique, and we all have it. Everybody has their energy pack, their soul essence, and their soul journey, their interactions they have in their environments with the emotions that are triggered through the physical body, if you have a physical body on planet Earth. And then once you actually start to operate, like we've spoken about earlier, where you're operating on a soul level, where you're connecting with the soul, then you're shifting the matter state around, on a plasmatic level. So you are appearing and disappearing at will constantly. It's just a very extremely fast rate that for many, you still seem to be matter state, still in a physical, but we know this is just a position.
Interesting, Dean, you said that. I heard someone say, not in the foundation, someone outside who was trying to, he said, you manifest in reality and out of reality 14 trillion times a second. Now, I don't know if it's that extreme, but we don't know. The possibilities are limitless.
Unlimited. So that's Mr. Keshe has all this knowledge, and I'm sure that what Mr. Keshe said is correct. However, he also says that we're the captain of our ship. So for some souls on another dimensional aspect, it may be even faster than that. It's like the condition of a space gap. How big is the space gap? And if it's in a certain condition, it seems very large from your point of view, but then when you actually go into it, you suddenly realize that it's ridiculously large. It's like another universe away, but in the same instance, it's right next to you. So it's a pure creation, and that coming, that heartbeat and the interaction of the when you become physical, that interaction of the biological system that is tuned to the atmospheric conditions of the planet, and then that in itself is tuned to the sphere that it's placed upon, which is then conditioned to the solar system, the galaxy, and the universe. That we talk about the womb of the universe producing, and then we've got all these different souls and suns and black holes creating, and all these space gaps being consumed and spilled back out, and a constant flow of beauty. Right. So the choice is yours, and in this condition, in this particular body, we You know, we are enjoying this trip. We're enjoying this moment, and interacting with the beautiful souls present on planet Earth, whether they are in a human form or any other form as a being. And we've spoken about putting the seed under your tongue. So that contact with saliva, that it gives you the energy pack. And so that soul has chosen in that precise moment for you to receive, so you can enjoy your physicality and have the energy to create once more. And that soul has decided to give up the physicality for you to be in a position. And that is when humanity starts to understand this on the feeding aspect, then we will walk away, all of us, from this part of the process that we've become very accustomed to in our physicalities. However, once we step into the soul aspect of everything, we literally will not need. We won't need to. We won't have the desire to. My experience with as Alex has had with the food, has been I'm still eating, I'm still consuming, but I feel full with completely smaller amounts of food.
No
and
question.
I'm the same. I'm eating a lot less of different things, and I'm seem to be putting on weight. And I think, well, where's this weight coming from? And you're receiving a different energy, a different energy flow. And yeah, it's almost completely different environment within the structure of the man, it seems. And as you said, Mark, I think this will be a gradual process. It can't be stopped all in one go. I mean, I'm sure some people can, but I think some individuals, depending on your state of consciousness, your soul aspect, will need to consume matter state for some time, for a little while, until everything is put in place.
He said, slowly, slowly, we're bringing you in. Hang on, Dean. Gianni has his hand up. Go ahead, Gianni.
John Wells, please help me.
John, are you with us? What I was going to say, Dean, was remember when he said if they made it too difficult to process people here on the planet, or certain governments wouldn't allow their people to travel to be processed or whatever, we will take them to the moon. So maybe this colony on the moon is going to serve more than one purpose, as an outpost, but also as a processing center. I know he definitely had mentioned that in the past, that we may have to take people to the moon, process them, and then bring them back to the planet.
Yeah, it's funny that a thought crossed my mind then, Mark, as you said that, where you would be in a physical body, and you would you'd be walking along in a position, and then you would go to a soul position, and the body would just not be there, and then you would just go through the that barrier that colony that is going to be set up, where you'd be in the matter state, and then you would literally just walk, and then the soul would continue on, and you wouldn't have the physical form, and then you choose to come back again.
I was thinking that they may be a little bit apprehensive of that, so you would take them in the physicality on a matter state ship, like a flight unit, and then usher them back in the same way. So we could be drivers or chauffeurs in a way in the future, depending on how it goes. Again, there's a lot of ifs, and certain governments may ban the technology and others may embrace it. So we're going to have to see how this process plays out.
Yeah, that as you said, some may ban it, but how can you ban this?
Yeah, they're shooting themselves in the foot.
Yeah, that's just a level of understanding, and then once elevated, that level will completely, the matter state of that will fall apart very quickly.
John Wells, are you here with us? I see you're still here, but he may be helping serving people. Anyone else who can translate for us? Romanian?
Nanoplasma time. Help me, Lizzie.
Lisbeth, are you with us? Okay, no problem. Lisbeth or John, please. We may have to save this for the reactor group or Tuesday's Spanish language community, perhaps.
Yeah, we can do it then, Mark. I'm sure.
Very well.
Jan is very active, and we know Gianni does a lot of incredible work. And he's posted some beautiful things, some interactions going to be happening in Romania. And he's having like a festival and inviting people,
Yes, we put it
that
in
can
the
come to
chat.
join.
We put it in the chat.
I'm sure you'll speak about that
before you came in.
Mm-hmm.
But it is in the chat. John or Lisbeth? Okay, no problem. Anyone else? Or Gianni, do you want to try your English with us? It's not that bad.
No, not for a moment. Thank you, Mark.
Okay, not for the moment. Okay, no problem. Thank you, Johnny. And thank you for inspiring all of us, as Mr. Keshe has inspired you and the rest of us as well. Any other?
Thank you, Mark. I'll leave it there for you and Alex to wrap up.
Yeah,
Thank
we're
you.
all part of this. Oh, John, you're here. I thought I
Dean,
heard
don't
John.
go away.
Don't go away. Okay. I'm present. I'm present.
That was Alex. Okay, go ahead.
John?
No, I think that was Alex.
Okay,
I
sorry.
thought it was John. Sorry.
Sorry.
No problem.
Okay, back to me.
Yes, you have it.
Okay, Dean, I'd like to ask a few questions of you, if I may, please. Are you of the belief or opinion that there are other planets that are equal in terms of environment as Earth?
Similar, as Mr. Keshe said, the planet Earth is very unique. So similar, yeah, there's bound to be other conditions around across the universes that produce something similar. To a degree, yes.
So would you then be of the belief that our materialization on that planet would be similar to what we see on Earth?
As a physical form, quite possibly, yes.
Yes, as a physical form.
Yeah, in some shape or form, we may have a different color or a different glow or a different, slightly different. But yeah, but I know what you're saying. Yeah, of course, yes.
Okay, well, so the reason I'm asking that is because we weren't born there. We were born here. And the thing is, with this new plasma science, and if we agree that we can go there, if we agree that that place exists, then I guess we could agree that we could go there. Would you agree?
With a thought, yes, of course.
If the soul agrees.
Yeah, but would you agree that we could actually transmute to that location?
No question.
Oh, most definitely, yes.
Okay. But we came here as babies. And so the Earth is classified as a nursery. And so we're now adults. And so if we leave as adults, then you would agree that we would arrive as adults?
No, not necessarily.
Okay, I'm listening.
Yeah, you could, yes, yes, we may arrive as an adult, but if it's a similar condition to Earth, yes, I understand what you're saying. Yes, we could, yes.
We are confused now. Explain, please.
Well, what I'm trying to ascertain here is to say, there's a reason why we preferred Earth as opposed to this other place. But when we came here, we didn't come as adults, we came as babies. So there's something about this peculiarity of Earth that allows us to come as a seed, if you will, and then grow into an adult. But now with this new technology, when we talk about retrograding, I don't think we're talking about retrograding all the way back to the seed level or to the, or I may be wrong. So this is why I'm asking your opinion on this. Are we talking about going back to the seed of the birth?
So when we put seeds in GANs, it takes it back to origin. We know this. If it's had modification of some description, something that's happened to it physically.
Right. Reverse genetic modification.
Yeah. So, but the initial interaction is a soul that is pure energy that's come into a physical condition. So, if you go back to origin, the origin as a soul is an energy pack.
But would you agree that that soul would be of higher state, not higher, but increased amount of knowledge? Because through our existence on this planet, we've gained knowledge, right? So it would retrograde possibly back to that soul level, but that soul would have an additional acquired knowledge. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, as Mr. Keshe said, you take a new position according to your understanding, and then you create a new cycle. So for me, what you said, Alex, is yes, you would, and there's many different levels, and it's a constant, as you experience more as a soul and go through different aspects of enlightenment, however you want to describe it, then yeah, you attain different levels and different states of energy, I suppose.
So if we go to the origin of life on this planet, and I'm talking about the first visitors, and they would have been extensions of the Creator. Are we agreeing with that?
We are, yes.
So it wasn't forecast at that point in time, I would assume, that we would be deficient in energy, like this 80-20%, or this 20% shortage that we're referring to.
That's as we've all come as this ray, and we're all part of the same ray, and we've come here and got entangled in our physicalities. So yeah, we've developed this condition of a need in a physicality for a certain energy.
But we didn't forecast also that it would be a blemish on our, shall we say, our morality.
Of course not. No, the original, I would imagine that the intentions were pure. However, over a filtering process of time and environment and lots of interactions in the matter state of the brain, and then the emotion kicks in, and then everything changes gradually.
When we came out of the oceans, we had a desire. One of the reasons is we had a desire to feed on the land. So that must have been there even coming out of the oceans, and then creating the structure of the man over millions of years, or however it went through the viruses and so
on. Yeah, but it seems to have been, I assume, and so the question is, if my assumption is correct, that the supplementation feeding that we derive from this planet was only available to us through the act of killing. or is that something that we acquired?
I would imagine we acquired this over a period of time.
We took the easy way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we took the easy way. Yeah, it sure is easy, right? So it wasn't something that was part of the original creation. It wasn't considered as part of the original creation because in a plasmatic state, this was not a characteristic. This lack of completion, this requirement for supplementation, was not a characteristic of a plasma state. So, would you agree with that?
Yes, I would agree with that, Alex. Yeah.
Okay, so this is not a trial. Okay, I'm not playing lawyer here. What I'm asking is then, what is the nature of the supplementation that is different? And I'm alluding to the fact that in let me see if I get my times right. That would be December 21st, 2021. With the arrival of Mitra, that she had fulfilled the supplementation need that was originally missing. Am I correct in that understanding?
To my understanding, yes, that condition is manifested here on Earth. How that transmutes into the soul's understanding this energy that and this soul that is now present, how that contributes and changes humanity and other creatures present, all created creatures. That is a process that whether that is in an instant, a generation, or many generations, that is I do not know this. That's a creation thing for Mitra.
Yeah, and that was my next question. So that was a brilliant answer. And so if we have this supplementation and it fulfills us, the thing is that we are using the enhancement units now as a vehicle for achieving that. You would agree with that, right?
Yes, of course we are. Yes. Yeah.
So what I'm wondering is, what do you think would be the thing that would allow us to, shall we say, drop those training wheels, drop that crutch?
It's walking through the door and allowing yourself to understand that next part, and that is whether that's on a soul level, and that is what you've just spoken about in being able to understand the processes and of the origin and where we are now in our physicalities, and taking a viewpoint of the essence of the energy of a soul, and understanding where the presence is now, and taking away the mysticisms and the theology of that has been blocking and put in position, and using the knowledge that yourself and others spread a lot, and Mr. Keshe's is this universal seed that's come to for us to gain the knowledge to elevate to a position where we can release and become part of the universal family.
That's a great answer. So, final question really is, what is your perceived time frame when, or in my opinion, I think there is going to be activity already within the next 2 to 8 weeks, but on a small scale, and I think it's going to increase exponentially. And my question then to you is, if you agree with that assumption, at what point do you think we would achieve a critical mass?
I think once one soul as a human experiences this, I think the plasma takes a new position very, very quickly, and the souls will understand this, and the elevation will be very quick.
Okay, well, thanks for answering those questions. We don't get a chance to be deep thinking like that very often. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate the questions. Thank you, Alex. Beautiful work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben.
I want to thank everybody for allowing me to present today and continue to do this, and thank you for all your participation. I just want to withdraw and let others take the platform. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you all. Thank you, Alex, Dean.
Thank you, Alex.
Everyone, Selena, everyone who's spoken or hasn't spoken. Anyone else want to add anything they've been holding and wondering if they should say it or they shouldn't? Sometimes it's better to bring it out if it's you feel it's appropriate, or your soul is nudging you to share something you don't know why, and you can't see the connection to why, but perhaps the soul knows more. Okay, thank you all for joining. We'll play the Keshe coin. As Mr. Keshe said, it can be exchanged within the structure of the foundation. And just let me ask one more time, John, are you here by any chance? Or Lisbeth? Perhaps we can have Gianni here. Oh, Lisbeth.
Eu queria uma mais. Yes, I'm sorry. For assist to Yanni?
Yes.
Sí, sí. Por
Okay,
favor, si me
Yanni.
ayudes a traducir.
Go ahead.
Ok. Quiero compartir lo que comprendo yo de que se llama el posicionamiento libre.
Okay. You need share with us what is the free position.
He observado y he comprendido el posicionamiento libre por las almas voladoras, o como llamamos nosotros, las pájaros.
En inglés.
¿Mucho?
Yes, one moment. Okay, tú entiendes el posicionamiento libre con los pájaros, ¿verdad? Observándolos.
Sí, observándolo, mirándolo y escuchándolo.
Okay.
He's saying he understands the free movement of the birds, paying attention to them.
En cada mañana hay un momento cuando la luz y la oscuridad se ponen en equilibrio.
Every morning, when he pays attention in the morning, that the light change to dark, and they see the balance.
En ese momento se hace un silencio.
And this moment,
absoluto.
There is a quiet moment. He sees a quiet moment.
Los insectos que cantan de noche se paran.
So all the birds or the insects that chirping all night, they stop chirping.
Se para todo.
Everything stops.
Y después un pájaro, una emoción empieza a cantar.
After that, a bird starts singing,
De repente.
With an emotion. He feels like the bird has an emotion singing after that stop.
Casi al instante aparece la pareja.
After that, soon show up the other bird.
Después todos están uniéndose a hacer una orquesta maravillosa.
After that, all the birds get together and start to singing, like make a choral.
Lo mismo pasa cuando empiezan a volar.
The same happens when they start to take off flying.
Empieza con una y después las otras lo acompañan, están acompañándolos y puede volar en cualquier momento.
So one bird starts, every other bird start to follow that first bird.
Nunca se chocan una con otra.
They never have accident.
También pasa con muchas cosas en la naturaleza, pero también con el carbono 12.
Acabou a bateria.
¿Me escuchaste?
I think she lost the connection, Gianni.
Okay.
Nanoplasma is not here. Oh, yes, she is. Okay, come back, please. I don't know who was speaking. Elizabeth. Okay, here she is again. She's just coming back in. Hang on, Gianni. Let's finish this beautiful thought.
Okay. ¿Ya puedo continuar?
Yeah, one moment. Sorry, Gianni, my battery is down. Okay, go ahead.
No problem. No problem. We have patience. We're learning patience more and more.
Go ahead. Repite, Gianni, porque se me fue la batería y no te escuché.
Lo mismo pasa con el carbono.
The same have with the carbon.
El carbono 12.
The carbon number 12.
Un carbono tiene 6 electrones, 6 protones. Neutrones.
The carbon has
6 protones, 6 neutrones.
The carbon has 6 neutrons and 6 protons.
Pero la covalencia hace con 4.
But the equivalence, they do with the 4.
He hecho esa introducción porque así estamos nosotros haciendo los talleres por posicionamiento libre.
¿Podría repetir, por favor?
Lo mismo hacemos nosotros cuando hacemos los talleres.
Okay. He's saying it's the same happened with us when we participate on event with the workshops.
Tenemos el sitio que lo ponemos a disposición.
We have a place we can make available.
Todos los recursos y talentos que tenemos, el conocimiento.
With all the resources and knowledge that we have at the moment.
Hacemos las invitaciones.
We make the invitations.
Y después ya solo nos sentamos en el sitio esperando que llegan los que quieren participar.
After that, we sit and wait for the people that wants to participate on this event.
Cada uno que llega trae de su casa algo que quiere compartir con nosotros. Comida, frutas, verduras.
Everyone that arrives always brings something that wants to share with us.
Comida, frutas, verduras. ¿Y qué tienen en su casa? Aceite.
Whatever they bring, fruits, vegetables, oil, whatever they have, they can bring, they can share with us.
Y cuando juntamos todo eso, hacemos una mesa, una comida magnífica.
And when we put all together, we can make a wonderful meal.
Pero por las intensidades de nuestras almas y del plasma con que estamos creando, trabajando.
but with the intensity, with the soul that we are working with,
ni hace falta comer.
we don't feel hungry. We don't feel a need for eating anything.
Pero sí que el juego de preparar necesita también un poquito de gustar por la fisicalidad.
Perdona, repita, por favor.
Lo digo que el juego de preparar las emociones que se están creando aquí son magníficas.
Okay, and on preparing the food, the emotion that we share, we are feeling is wonderful.
La comida está preparada en una mesa de cuando empezamos y hasta cuando se acaba el taller.
The food is prepared on the table when we started the workshop until the end of the workshop.
No hay un programa para la comida.
No, there is no
Programming time.
program time for the food.
Cada uno se puede servir cuando lo necesitan.
Anyone is free to help itself when they feel need for eating or feel hungry.
Si alguien se quiere juntar para comer juntos, bien, si no, no hay ningún problema.
No, you can get together with somebody else to eat, or you can be just individual, going to the table and eating.
También pasa con el programa del taller.
The same happened with the workshop.
Nosotros estamos horas al día.
¿Cuántas?
¿Cuántas horas?
22 horas al día, yo.
Okay. He's 22 hours per day available.
Y los demás se están posicionando como quiere su alma.
And the others depends on how the soul of those people feel like, you know, or position, the soul position on those individuals.
Yo no necesito dormir mucho.
He doesn't feel need for sleeping.
Y por eso soy parte del equipo que hace eso.
And for that's the reason he is part of the group that makes this happen.
Porque tenemos en cuenta que también hay almas que se conectan mejor de noche, como de día.
He sees that some souls get a better connection at night time.
Todo eso lo hemos aprendido de la naturaleza.
Everything that we know today, we learn from nature.
Y sí que yo con Jetta lo vivimos así de casi 30 años.
In this way, I have been living for almost 30 years.
Con Jetta,
With the jet.
Con mi señora, sí, con mi señora.
Oh, his wife. I'm sorry.
Y así hemos participado en la construcción de comunidades, asociaciones.
In this way, we have been helping communities and associations.
Siempre nos vamos y organizamos talleres donde estamos invitados.
We always go where they invite us to organize the workshop.
Eso es que el llamado ahora el arte del regalar y la dinámica del regalar.
We call this the giving art or the dynamic giving art.
Yes, yes. Es lo mismo que pasa en todo el universo.
This is the same what happened in all the universe.
Y eso lo estamos aplicando en conformidad con el comprendimiento que lo tenemos hoy.
And this we are applying with the commitment.
¿Con qué?
¿Pode repetir?
¿De conformidad con qué?
Que estão
Con el
aplicando.
comprendimiento que lo
Con la
tenemos hoy.
comprensión.
And that's we are applying with the knowledge that we are acquiring.
The understand, yeah.
Por eso otra vez agradezco al señor Keshe y a todos los buscadores del conocimiento.
And for this reason, I wanted to thank Mr. Keshe, and everybody is looking for acknowledgement.
Porque, como me ha dicho varias veces, con la línea del carbón 12, ya pasamos, go.
How I said before, now with the knowledge, the carbon 12.
Ahora sí que lo comprendemos y pasamos al carbono 14 para volar en el espacio profundo.
Now I understand the carbon 12. I'm gonna jump to carbon 14 to fly on the universe.
Porque el carbono 14 es la línea de comunicación con el universo.
Because the carbon 14 is the communication line to the universe, or with the universe. I'm sorry.
En el nivel atómico hemos pasado de la barrera del Columbo.
Repita aí com o nível.
In atomic minds.
Pode repetir, por favor?
Al nivel atómico hemos pasado de la barrera de Columbo.
De barreira de quê?
Barrera de Columbo. Columbo.
Ah, de Colombo, de Colombo. Okay.
Es un límite en física.
Okay. So with this, we have crossed the colon barrier.
Y fuera del sistema ya podemos pasar del cinturón que se llama Van Allen.
And out of the system, we can go to the Centurion. What's that? ¿Cómo es que?
Yeah, Centurion Van Allen.
Centurion Van Allen.
The Centurion Van Allen. We can go over the Centurion Van Allen.
That's correct. Yeah.
Y eso es posible porque hemos elevado.
And this is possible.
Porque estamos elevando el alma de la fisicalidad.
Because we are elevating the soul, the physicality, or physicality.
El alma del hombre ya está elevada.
The man soul.
Solo the man is elevated.
The man soul is elevated.
Ahora estamos elevando el alma de la fisicalidad y es maravilloso.
And now we are elevating the physicality soul, and it's wonderful.
Creo que con esto ahora es más claro el modo de cómo estamos nosotros comunicando, compartiendo, regalando.
And makes with this is much easier, more clear the way we are sharing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias, y gracias por la traducción.
No, gracias a usted pela oportunidad, and I thank you, the people. Now, my English is a little rust, but I know I sincerely hope I gave you guys give me an opportunity in the future to be able to translate from Spanish, is not my mother language, to English. Okay.
What is your first name, sir?
Carlos.
Carlos.
C-A-R-L-O-S.
Yes. Thank you very much for helping us with the translation.
No, thank you for the opportunity. Okay. Thank you.
Gracias, Carlos.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Gianni, for inspiring and sharing with us. Go ahead, Gail.
Oh, yeah. I just have a question. When you want to become a part of the teaching, the 200 people, where do you have to send that to?
I think it's info@keshe.foundation or doctors@Spaceship Institute.
But I don't think I would use doctors in that case because it's not
Yeah,
medical.
I know. I think he mentioned something like that. I know it was
It's health. No, it's health.
health.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Say, wait a minute. Hold on. My lights have gone out. Oh, I can't see anything.
Gail, maybe I give you when write the first time for my daughter, and maybe give you the link. Okay.
Oh, that'd be wonderful.
Yeah.
You have. I'm in Telegram.
Yeah. Yes. Of course. Yeah.
Okay. Rather than lose it in Zoom. Okay. Thank you very much, Elizabeth.
Welcome.
And thank you, Gianni.
Yes, thank you very much.
I want to go. I would love to go. I just don't know if I would ever get out.
I think there's plenty of time to sign up for the 200. That won't be till September, October, I believe. So there's more than
But I
enough
think we
time.
have to sign now.
That was more for the 25, but he's that now they're working on the 200, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I will do. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you all.
Gail, I'm just going to give you my 2 cents here.
Oh, yes?
It's info@keshefoundation.org.
No dot.
Yeah, .org.
I mean, no Keshe dot foundation.
No,
Claudia
info at.
Okay.
Hold
Alex,
it. I've lost my pen then.
Info,
I'm sorry, guys.
Claudia has put in the chat, info@keshe.foundation.
.org. No?
Info@keshe.foundation. This is what Claudia has put into the chat. And there was
Okay.
a second one as well.
All right.
Health.
Yeah, I just
Please
want
don't
to.
close. Yes, I don't close your Zoom until I can write them down.
Okay.
Thanks. I have no lights at the moment, so I can't find my pen.
Okay.
If you go on the website in the top right-hand corner, you can see the it's info@keshefoundation.org. I just tested that yesterday. And
Oh, yes.
the question you have is with regards to the banking. Is that correct?
Part of it, yes.
Okay, so that part is separate from the regular Keshe Foundation. And so you'd have to ask them for the banking details for that specifically.
And so if you were, I have always paid for workshops through WISE, W-I-S-E, and I use the Netherlands address.
Correct.
So that so it works like in 5 seconds, believe it or not, and from Canada to that in 5 seconds paid.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that this program is on a different on a different bank account. So,
but if you're asking questions, then you would use the info@keshe.foundation or at keshefoundation.org.
Right. Yes.
Try one or the other and see if a response comes.
Which, yeah, make sure you try them all. Okay. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, and if you forget or anybody else who wants to know, it's always at the top on the Keshe Foundation website.
On the right hand, okay.
Top right hand corner, you'll see info@.
Okay, guys. Will do.
Thank you.
Oh, and
thank
I
you.
have a. Yes.
I just wanted to thank Gianni and Carlos. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. I forgot what I was going to say. I wanted to know, if your soul. Okay, what if everything is already written up, and you cannot do anything for your soul. You know, the whole story has been written.
No, that, okay, I have a very strong opinion on that. So what is written is waiting for your input.
Oh, so it's sort of like the free will thing.
Yeah, otherwise there's no point in living.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking. Why? What if you make mistakes and you can never correct them?
Gail, it's
Okay.
in the moment, so it's constantly being written. The script is written, but it's in constant motion.
Okay. Well, that gives you a better feeling, you know, because
it gives you some hope.
You're the captain
Sorry?
of your ship. Where would you want to go?
Yeah.
Well, I kind of want to get things sorted out here, you know, there's so much to do. Stuff like that. But I wouldn't mind going to the moon as a what do you call it, your summer home?
Or just for a short excursion, perhaps.
Yep.
No,
I
your winter
actually
home.
went.
You would
Sorry?
go for your winter home, not your summer home.
Oh, well, in my case, we don't have winter really. It doesn't exist. I mean, if you consider, like, I think the lowest it's ever gone at night is 5 degrees. That's it. 9 degrees during the day in the winter, and that's it.
Well,
But
I have
most
to
of the
tell
time,
you,
yeah, 20 degrees centigrade.
yeah, well, winter summer in Canada is divine. It's
Oh,
beautiful.
beautiful. And
So-
spring as well.
I made a mistake once. I went to Europe in the summer, and yeah, so I had a lousy Canadian summer. So if you're traveling, travel in the winter, then you'll always be going to someplace that's nice and warm.
Yeah, well, I actually did Europe, what was it? Ireland, France, and I think I passed through on the train. I passed to my friend's place in Denmark. So for me, I went in the July, August, and the first part of September. It was divine.
Yes.
Apparently,
Perfect.
I was the only person who had ever experienced no rain in Ireland except for one day. Never happens. And I spent 2 weeks there and I had only that little bit of rain, and it was just stunning. And the same thing in France. I didn't have hardly any rain at all. And, you know, it was, thank goodness I had number 50 sunscreen, because otherwise I would have burned to a crisp, because I rode my bike every day. So yeah, I appreciated going to Canada in May when I wanted to do some school, and it was, I can still remember all those beautiful spring flowers, and I think, wow, it's like a welcome to me. You know, it was absolutely beautiful. However, I did shovel more snow than I ever had in probably my whole life altogether. So yeah, quite a time in Canada.
Great.
Thanks, Gail.
Yes, thank you, Gail.
Well, thank you guys for your
Just to mention,
infos.
the next public program of the Keshe Foundation will be on Tuesday, the One Planet, One Nation, One Race for World Peace, and that's in the public Zoom room, 939-474.
Is there soul teaching on Wednesday evening?
There may be, yes. We'll have to, I know they're
Because
on
I think
break.
I thought there wasn't, and I missed it.
Okay.
And I always like to join.
Yeah. Oh, we'll put it in the chat. And then, of course, Wednesday is the reactor group. Again, the same Zoom channel or on live stream. And Thursday will be another Knowledge Seekers workshop. So there's plenty. And in addition, you can also join up with language communities and
Join up
with any language community. I think that's on the
Yeah,
social
I've
medias
missed.
as well.
I like Spanish and the German.
Yeah,
groups are very good.
Yeah, there's many of them around the planet, and they're
Mhm.
all growing.
Yeah, it's amazing what's happening. Well, I'm hoping that everything will go okay. So thank you for your infos.
Thank you, Gail, for sharing with us. Thank you all for being here. And as we know now, the physicality is the afterthought in a way. The souls have brought us together. So
The soul has done a good job.
Yes, is bringing us all together. We're just the early
Okay.
pioneers, and again, we're learning to teach for ourselves and then to teach the others in a correct way, as I understand it. So I'm going to play the Keshe coin. As Mr. Keshe said, it's exchangeable within the structure of the Keshe Foundation, and it looks like there's many offers being developed from the apps to the transmutation. He even mentioned about having a pass to travel the world for a year, maybe for $5,000. There'll be many.
Yeah, that's a question I have.
Yes.
Are we supposed to sign up for that? Because I don't think it's available to sign up yet for the wellness.
It's out of order on the store, I know.
Yeah.
Or it's out of stock, I think.
Yeah, so we can't really order it yet.
You can't yet, but he also mentioned apps last week. There'll be a number
I
of
know.
apps developed that you can purchase and put on your phone, I would believe, and one for feeding, another for nutrition, I think he called it, and another for cancer, and another for perhaps Parkinson's, and the other. So there's going to be a lot of ways to reach the Keshe Foundation. And again, many people put many silly apps on their phone. These are real dedicated to certain conditions or certain needs of the population. Beautiful.
Yeah, I like the idea of apps.
Okay, we've gone a little over. I thought we were going to try to end a little earlier, but that's good. It's all good. So I'm going to play the Keshe coin, which is available to everyone. I think there's 5 billion or more that are minted, and it's a secure coin. It's not a speculative coin, but everybody seems to be talking about digital currencies. And as Mr. Keshe said, he's laid out this structure quite completely, and it includes a Keshe coin. Then I'll play the final disclaimer and the meeting will end. Yes.
Sorry, I have just a quick question. If you're writing about the, the earphone things, is it the same? Okay, I've got customer.service@KFM Global, blah, blah. Can you also send your request for 200 people to the same place? Maybe not.
Well, I think this is a separate track.
No.
It doesn't have anything to do with the manufacturing. It is
okay.
a separate entity. It's not going through the Keshe manufacturing. It's a direct deposit into the Holland account. But again, he mentioned something about the IBN number for those in Europe could still do it, but for those outside of Europe, he said, contact the foundation and they'll give you the banking details. Ed?
Yeah, I heard a voice.
No, you answered it correctly. The sales and the manufacturing are totally separate from the 10,000.
So the customer.service@KFM global will do for the plasma communication bundle?
Yes, it's that's part of the store and part of the sales.
Mm-hmm. And then the 200 students is where I would go to info@keshe.foundation or keshefoundation.org.
Yeah, you would find these in stock in the store. The communication bundle and the table.
No, I meant the 200 students.
Yeah.
That is separate.
Yeah.
It's not part of the store, and it's not part of the manufacturing, and it's not listed in the store.
Okay, so that would be info@keshe.foundation.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much for that. There you go, Mark. You can.
Okay, let's we'll bring this session to a close. Hopefully we see you in one of the public sessions coming up this week. or one of the language communities as you choose. I'll play the Keshe coin and then the final disclaimer, and the meeting will end. Thank you all for being here today. Thank your souls for bringing you here. We're very privileged to be in and around the Keshe Foundation. I don't think we fully realize it all yet, but it's the best place to be on the planet, I would say. Okay, let's.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Gail.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.